think we're live, but I need to set a few things up. Yep, here it is. All right. Give me just like 5 minutes, folks. Post the link in the other live. Yeah. All right. Just a second here, guys. Sorry about this. Oops. Yep. Okay. So there's that. Hey, we're live. All right. Yeah, I'll delete the other one. All right. You see everybody's chats on the screen. I spent a lot of time setting that up. Yeah, it's because Dad doesn't have a mic. Here, let's get him set up with a mic. So then they could hear you. Yep, there's pretty strong delay, yeah. Okay. Let's turn this off. All right, let me turn it on. You're set up. That should face up. Okay. All right. All right. Using the old. There we go. Okay. Good. So somebody did donate in the last stream. I'm sorry, I lost your donation. I mean, we still got the donation, but thank you very much for the donation. Let me see if I can find.
Okay, somebody's saying fuzzy audio. Audio is still fuzzy. Look, PA, I'm on the internet.
And you test things, and you think you have them working, and then.
How's the audio now?
All right. Let me do this. Need to be able to listen to the stream without.
Okay, it's better.
Okay.
Good on my end, a little better, but fuzzy. All right, you want to turn off the AC?
Nope. Fuck. Yeah.
Dad's audio is better than Calvin's. Hello from Massachusetts. Hello, Massachusetts.
Right, test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Not bad, but a little rattle to it. Made it. Good enough. Good enough. Tennessee. We have Massachusetts and Tennessee right now.
Test, 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 test. All right, if this doesn't work, we're just gonna go with it. Nope, that's worse. All right, let's change it back.
Appreciate everybody being patient.
Okay. All right, going with it. All right. Let's go with it. Yep, I'm turning the buzzing off now. Okay. All right. We'll try to improve the audio quality as time goes on. Closed. Here. Okay. Cool.
Okay, so we're 14 seconds behind.
All right.
We're 14 seconds ahead.
Cool.
All right.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right. You test a bunch of stuff, and then you prove that it works to yourself, and then it's time to do it live, and it all breaks. That's pretty much how it goes, huh? All right. So today we are going to be doing a 5-cylinder swap. I know a lot of you guys in the comments have been asking for us to do 5-cylinder content, and it's finally time. So if you guys haven't seen my latest video, that's actually a great recap for kind of what's going on here and why we're doing it and that kind of thing. So if you get bored at some point throughout the stream, maybe go watch the latest video and then come right back, because you'll be reinvigorated with all kinds of excitement, right? So first off, I got to say thanks to a couple companies. MW Steel, they are providing the intake manifold parts for the dual plenum style intake. I got to say a big thanks to Atlas Industries. They supplied the fuel rail for this. We're going to be modifying that at some point during the week, removing one cylinder, obviously. I got to say big thanks to Artec Performance. They supplied some of the turbo parts for the build. Big thanks to Burn Down Garage for the cooling fan on this build. So I just wanted to mention those guys. They didn't ask me to, but I'm just a really big fan of what they've done for us. And so yeah, I think it's time to get started. We have the 5-cylinder here. So I should mention that this build is probably not going to finish today. In fact, I could say it's definitely not going to finish today, but I have the next week off of work, and I plan to work on this every single day until it is done. Hopefully that is not more than 9 days, because that's all that I have. So if not, we'll keep going, and we'll continue to go live until we get it done. But I think we can get it done in 9 days. So I wanted to start off with what did you want to say?
Now, let's talk about how we got here.
Okay.
We've actually been planning a 5-cylinder build for quite a while. We've been trying to get parts put together. We've taken 2 apart just to dissect them, look at the oil passages. We actually talked about putting it in the Sunbird. And after going to 6 Summer and having success there and knowing that we've got a lot of opportunity to improve upon that car, we've kind of stepped back from putting the engine in there. And as we talked about what made the most sense, it kind of came to the surface of putting it in here with the frustrations that Calvin has had to work through, trying to work on the front of the engine, needing a purpose for the car. You know, we've got three 6-cylinder powered cars running 8s right now, and it's going to continue to grow with the red car being built. That'll be hopefully faster than a 8, and we've got a lot to share with that car in the future. But as we started looking for these parts, we made the trip up north and grabbed a 3.7, and then recently I went south and picked up one down in there. We've got the cylinder head rebuilt, ready to go. It's just been neat to slowly work towards this effort and start this project.
Yep. Yeah, so I should mention that another video that you could go check out is the build that we are doing over here. This is my 1995 Chevy Camaro, and we're doing kind of an all-out 6-cylinder build with this thing. So once this is done, I don't think I would ever have a reason to take this thing out if I wanted to go do 4200 racing. So I think it would be much cooler with a 5-cylinder. Gives new life to the project. So that's kind of some of the thoughts there as well. But I thought we would start off with coming up with a list of things that we got to get done this week. So that's going to be what we do first. Main cam. Hopefully that worked. I've been testing all kinds of stuff throughout this week, and yeah, it's been pretty much every waking hour for the last little bit. All right. Okay. See, I got a fancy whiteboard. I can draw pictures for you guys. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. All right. So first we got to take the move 4200.
A buildcation.
And then
You're having a buildcation.
yeah, before we remove, I want to measure some angles and stuff, so that when we put the 5-cylinder in, our driveline angles and everything is still, you know, in the same orientation. I want to make sure that we measure the offset in the chassis so that when we put the 5-cylinder in, it's the same. And then after that, we will make, spell this out, motor mounts. So we'll drop the 5-cylinder in. We will mock it up in the chassis. We got to make motor mounts. And then next, we will probably start working on the turbo manifold, because that's my favorite part. Turbo manifold. So let me show you this piece of jewelry. So I picked up this guy right here. This is a stainless headers manufacturing 5-into-1 1 7/8 primary to 3-inch exit, and I'm really excited to see what this thing sounds like. This thing's a piece of art. So that'll be one build. Then we got to build our dual plenum intake. Thanks to M&W Steel for that. So we got to build our dual plenum intake. We got to figure out our oil pan.
Huh. First bit of criticism. Evals claims that an engine swap only takes a weekend and a case of beer, not 9 days.
Okay, sure, sure. Yeah, we'll go with that.
I think he was trying to be funny.
Yeah, yeah.
I see the humor in it.
No, I see the humor. That's normally when you're going with an engine that bolts in place of the other one.
No, that's called roadkill. And,
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Motor trend. And,
yeah. So next would be the oil pan. Then we got to figure out the crank pilot. Crank / torque converter pilot, because that is one particular area
Hold
that
on.
will...
21-second delay from the chat to the stream.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, there's going to be a delay. The internet takes time to come back and forth.
Yeah,
so.
I didn't know if there was something
Yep.
that needed to
Nope,
be touched.
it is what it is. It's yeah, crank to torque converter pilot. So that's one area that we gotta figure out yet. I'm running a Circle D torque converter. I also got to say a big thanks to them. They sent me a really fancy bolt together torque converter that we've been running behind the 4200, but it is set up for a Atlas, a 4200 pilot, and the pilot on the 5-cylinder. Show you. No, I can't show you. All right, the pilot on the 5-cylinder is a much smaller diameter, so we'll have to machine a adapter to go to the torque converter that is in the car. There's also a difference in distance there that we're going to have to figure out. The torque converter that they gave me is a little extra long to account for the adapter plate, so that's all stuff we got to sort through. We're running a 4L80E behind this, so yeah, it's kind of a custom deal as it is. So that will be one thing we got to figure out. Oh, and then I want to rewire some stuff because the car currently has a max ECU race. Obviously, we got to rewire some stuff just because we're going to a 5-cylinder. But my plan is to convert the car from a max ECU race to a max ECU sport, just because I have one sitting on the shelf. So the goal is to switch the car over to a max ECU sport and redo the engine harness. The engine harness has had a lot of modifications over the year. When I first put the car together, it had a set of stock 4200 ignition coils. Then we converted to some IGN 1A coils, and then we converted to what's currently on the car, which is a set of Volkswagen Audi coils. Funny that is kind of funny that I did all the yeah, I did all that talk about the Audi 5-cylinder, and it's got Audi coils on it. So so we got a engine harness. So we got to build an engine harness and wire that all in. So it might be a little jerry-rig just to get the thing running, but we'll see how that goes. So
In 9 days.
yeah, that's
You're cutting into my beer drinking time.
yeah, it might be a little aggressive, but we're gonna see how we can do. You know, it's wiring always takes way longer than what you want it to. So we'll see how it goes. But my goal is we're gonna be going live every single day for the next 9 days. And so I hope you guys will tune in, and we'll try and figure out the audio issues if they're yeah, we'll see what we can do there. So
Sonny from Italy's watching.
oh wow,
Massachusetts, Tennessee, Italy.
yep. So I've spent a lot of time and money on making the live stream as high quality as possible. So I have one camera right here. I have a camera at the lathe so that you can watch us machine the crank pilot. And then I have a more general camera over in the other shop. You know, this is where we do our work and that kind of stuff. So if I walk over here, you can see, you know, I'll be over here welding, and we'll be fabricating and doing all kinds of stuff. And then I have the ability to move this camera over to the milling machine if we need it for anything like that. So yeah, I hope that it's entertaining to watch. So, in the past, we've only had one camera, and that's made it kind of difficult to keep up with the action. So, yeah, I'm excited. All right, so I guess let's get to work on removing the 4200. We'll first step is take the hood off. We gotta go full roadkill with it. So,
Do we get to throw it across the shop floor?
no, I'd like to put it back on in one piece.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
All right. So the issues that we had earlier when I was trying to stream, I should be able to stream to an existing stream that already is set up,
10
and
millimeter?
it wouldn't let me do that from my software. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. Actually, while I'm thinking of it, I'm gonna delete that old stream just so nobody gets confused. And, yep, that'll do it. All right.
10 or 12.
It's 7/16.
Oh,
Yeah. All right. Take the hood off. So, I guess while I'm here, if you guys want to support the channel, you can go buy a t-shirt. We haven't actually released this one yet. This is to celebrate our win at Six Summer. See the little orange helmet here. So we'll be putting that one out soon, but we have a couple other ones that are already out. So
fish.
it's a great way to. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, your car is 7/16. Huh. That's weird.
The 83.
Yeah, it's 7/16. So I'm
Didn't know that.
99% sure.
That's 10 millimeter.
Maybe.
That's after the conversion.
Yeah, mine's an 81. Car. So I guess I could tell you guys the story of the car. This is a 1981 Ford Fairmont Station Wagon that we picked up back in 2019. And my goal was to build this for the street race small block power adder class in Drag Week. And so we put a twin turbo LS into the car. And for that class, if you're not familiar with it, that class is it's basically turned into an index racing class where everybody's trying to go 8.500. You're limited by your cage cert. You are not allowed to put a funny car style hoop into the car. So, you know, that's the deal there. But it's a 26,000 mile car that I picked up back in 2019. We bought it from a woman who owned it, who had bought it from the original owner. The original owner only used the car to go from his car collection to his nursing home, and between him and the young woman that drove the thing after him, it only accumulated 26,000 miles over that period of time. So there was a line of people that wanted to buy the thing, and we just happened to be at the front of it. So yeah.
This is really live. We haven't thought about this. Do you want to jack it up, or do you want to bring the engine crane in first? Oh, you already thought
Yeah, I
about
already
it.
thought about
Okay, so I'm going to jack it up so that we can drain oil, drain liquids, that kind of stuff. So you entertain the crowd, and I'm going to...
Okay. Yeah, I was going to start working on turbo stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm going to zoom you guys in here a little bit. Ready? Got a little better view of what's going on. All right. Cool. how are people doing on this beautiful Saturday? I should have the chat up so I can see what you guys are saying. Okay. Think this would be any good for a towing application? I mean, they put them in Colorado's, which that's a light truck. I don't know how good it would be. I almost would recommend a 4200 over something like this, but it is nice with this engine that you get something that actually comes with a factory rear sump oil pan. So that's one thing you don't have to fight with that you do have to fight with on a 4200. Yeah. 11 p.m. here. Wow. Thanks for staying up and hanging out. G'day from Central Australia. All right, see you later, Paul. Okay. Hey,
You need to have technology that when you're off screen, the microphone stops.
yeah, that's what I was hoping to have some help with, but five-cylinder and six-cylinder rods the same. Yes. So, there's two generations of 4200. There's also two generations of the five-cylinder and four-cylinder. So, the generation 2 engines have the same rods as a generation 2 4200. The pistons did change with the generation 2, 4, and 5 because they went to a larger bore. So that does not cross over. All right. Thanks for tuning in, guys. All right. So I'm going to take my downpipe out to start with. Yeah, we need a mute for when you're grunting from getting off the floor too, right?
What was that?
We need a mute button for when you're grunting to get off the floor, right?
Yeah, well, I'm more concerned about all the burping and farting. Probably sounds therapeutic for half of them.
Just got our first donation, so I'm gonna try something. I set up text to speech. Let's see if it'll read it out. Yep, doing Tim Allen proud, huh? What's that? He said doing Tim Allen proud. You gotta grunt when you get up, right?
I don't know which is worse, my age or the effects of the crash damage.
thanks for the donation, Jake Sousa. All right, let's see if I can get this to work.
All right.
All kinds of tech difficulties today, huh?
I'm going to leave it at this level for a few. We got a drain bucket in here?
I don't think so.
All right, I'm going to go grab a drain bucket.
There.
How do I turn this off when I'm away from the camera?
Just
Oh, there it is. All right.
there you go. You got it. There we go. Thanks for the donation, Jake. What I want. There we go. Cut your comment off. Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? Oh boy. It's always something. It's always something.
Jake Sousa has donated $9.99 and says love the channel. Glad to see
Phil
a fellow
Huker says,
Pennsylvanian making
I see the
fast
comment,
stuff.
it's working.
Would you attempt road racing / Audox with this? Or is it still just a drag car with a 5-pot?
It's still going to be a drag car with a 5-cylinder, so that is that's the current goal. But who knows? Who knows what the future may hold?
Overbuilt Automotive says, thought about changing name to Zombie Mech. Evals.
It's reading out all the comments. Oh boy. Now it crashed. Oh boy, this is so fun. All right, we got there. We got there. Okay. All right. Cool. Hopefully that didn't ruin the stream. Oh boy. Try to do something nice and what do you know? Okay. Thanks for the donation. I really appreciate it. Yeah. All right. Make sure you turn your mic back on. That's it. Okay. Okay. Now, it would be cool to put one in an F-150. That's for sure. Manual trans. So, let me see if I can get the text to speech work. There we go. Let's see if that works. Like my dump tube for my wastegate. like a candy cane.
No Way Joey has donated $2.00 and says what are some manual transmission options.
Manual trans option. So these 5 cylinders came equipped with an AR5 transmission behind them from the factory, but you can adapt it to pretty much anything that would bolt behind a small block or LS. You know, it's not too hard to do. So yeah, you just have to get an adapter plate, and then you got to make sure that the alignment with the input shaft is all good, and that sort of thing. Put round headlights in the front of the Fairmont front end, and it would look like a duster. Yeah, it would kind of look like a duster. Oh, got Sleeper Dude in here. Hey, Sleeper Dude, how's it going? He's a big Fairmont guy. This is one part of the car that I really spent some money on, and that is the wastegate. And we've used cheap wastegates in the past and had almost no issues with them, but I decided on this car, being that it's a drag and drive car, that I was going to invest a little bit of money into the wastegate just because, you know, I wanted it to be able to flow and have good boost control. Yeah, I mean, I'll be 100% honest. I was a little concerned that the wastegate port on the RTEC manifolds was a little too small, just because we've run single 50mm wastegates and had boost creep issues. So I wanted to make sure that I put a high quality, high flowing gate in order to keep the booster under control, because I was worried about it. So, really nice gate. Nice piece.
All right,
Not a huge
so
fan.
has anybody pointed out the fact that this is the car that had a twin turbo LS in that you pulled out to put a 6-cylinder in, and now you're taking an 8-second 6-cylinder car apart to put a 5-cylinder in? Has anybody pointed that out yet?
Yeah. Let me zoom this out a little bit so you guys can see faces and stuff. All right. All right. So here's one part of the car that I spent a ridiculous amount of time on, and that is the cold air intake. I'll get you guys in close here so you can see it. All right, let's show you guys what we got. So this is one area I spent a lot of time on the car. This cold air intake. Yeah, I just laughed at something.
Yeah, 3 more swaps and it'll have a rotary in it.
Oh boy. Yeah, Dad would disown me if I did that. Yeah, this cold air intake I spent a bunch of time on. I did have the air filter literally right here, and it was just sucking air off of the radiator. And I went from 175 intake air temps with that set up to now with a ram air style cold air induction. And this all ducts air up into that air box up above. So there's a nice pipe that feeds right off the lower this thing, valence, whatever you call that. So that pushes air right up into the turbo. So we went from 175 down to 93 on basically a I think it was an 85-degree day. So yeah, so a little bit of temperature rise there, but that could have just been the sensor showing an inaccurate value. I'm using EGTs for my intake air temperature sensors. So I have one coming out of the turbo. I have one going into the turbo. You can't see it, but it's down there. The reason for that is because the Max ECU Race comes with 8 internal EGT sensors, and it's only a 6-cylinder, so I had 2 left over, so that was the idea there. Alright, back to the main cam. Alright, how's everybody enjoying the stream? Yep. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on that silly thing. It's unfortunately I did a whole bunch of changes all at once, so I don't really know how much horsepower it was worth. Just because I was trying to fix, you know, the car just wasn't performing the way that I wanted it to, so I made like 8 changes at once, and you know, wasn't super scientific about it. So yeah, the car was just the amount of boost I was having to put into the car to get it to do what it was doing was just absurd. And you know, so unfortunately I wasn't super scientific about it. It would have been neat to do a comparison video for you guys, but you know, sometimes you just want the pain to end. You just want it to work. So I'm sure a lot of you guys out there can understand that. Love a good stream while road tripping. Well, happy to provide some entertainment. Alright, so what I'm working on right now is getting the turbo off, because it is pretty much in the way of everything. Hopefully with the 5-cylinder, it can be a little less in the way. I don't know. It still have to be kind of in the way, but gotta do the best we can. All-wheel drive 5-cylinder Fairmont wagon. You know, the thought popped into my head. You never know. I mean, you know, it's hard to stand out on YouTube these days, and that would certainly do it. But, you know, one change at a time, as somebody else commented, right? This is a cool car. It's had a lot of ups and downs over the years. There's definitely been times where I wanted to sell it, and just, you know, I just was really unhappy with it. But lately it's been doing good. It's just hard to work on. I guess I could tell you guys about the saga of transmission failures on this thing, because it's had a few. Yeah, so this car was originally put together with a twin turbo LS, as we talked about, and we bought. Was that your first brand new transmission?
My only brand new transmission.
Yeah, it's the only brand new transmission my dad ever bought, and he let his son use it to go on a drag and drive.
Destroy it.
Yeah, and so the thing was rated for 850 horsepower.
No, 1,200.
Okay, 1,200 horsepower. And so it was, you know, all the typical stuff. You know, now that I know what I'm talking about on a Turbo 400. I know that the thing was not built for what we were doing with it, but yeah. Anyways, so put it in the car, and I think the first complete pass, it was slipping in third.
Yeah, it went 937 and 137, and we knew that something was wrong in third gear.
Yep. And tore it apart, and it was dragging the reverse band on the output carrier. And that was one of the issues, and I think the direct clutches were destroyed on the thing. And, you know, went back to the transmission builder, and they're like, well, I didn't know you were going to put a turbo in front of it. That makes the transmission completely different. And so that was a whole saga. And we call that transmission the cursed transmission, just because it's never worked. It's just been one failure after another. Every part that has to do with that transmission, just about every part has been discarded or gone away with, because we've had a lot of failures with that combination of parts. And yeah, we've definitely spent good money on it. Fortunately, didn't work out. Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. And then we put another transmission in it, which was a Facebook Marketplace purchase. It was which one was that? It was that Jasper Revolt, I thought. Or okay, I know it was right off of Facebook Marketplace. You paid like what, like $400 for the thing? And that one lasted great. The only issues I had with that one was when I hit the bump button, it would never reapply the trans brake, and I'd just go right through the beams. And eventually, it got to the point where you'd be sitting there building boost on the line, and it would get to a certain RPM, and it would just start going.
Keep on trucking.
Yeah, basically what I think is happening there was the reverse band. Either the piston didn't have enough length on it to be able to apply the band adequately, or a lot of times they put a real heavy spring in the reverse servo, and I have been shying towards or going towards putting the stock stuff back in it, because they put the real heavy spring in there, so it's like a hair trigger on like a rifle, so that like you barely have to like pull the trigger and it shoots. And I think it's the same idea there with like bracket racers. They want, as soon as you let off that button, it lets go of the reverse band and lets the car go. So
did you take the battery, disconnect the battery?
No, I did not. That's that should have been at the top of the list. Disconnect the battery. Yeah, so that transmission was one of the better ones. Then we converted it to a 4L80E.
Actually, that was the one that I traded parts for, and it was in the Nova originally.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my low buck, never fail transmission.
Okay.
And you killed that one too.
Yeah, you know.
That was after you killed my Turbo 400 in the Camaro. I'm seeing a pattern here.
Yeah, I'm real good at it. If there's a way to break it, I'll find it. So then we converted the car to a 4L80E, and that did not go well either. It almost immediately burned up the forward clutches. I literally didn't get out of the garage, and it was burning itself up. And I'm 99% sure it was something in the valve body. We had another 4L80E laying around that I ended up putting the Ford clutches out of it. Like, we had this 4L80E that was like beautiful inside. Like, the fluid was the cleanest I've ever seen from a used transmission. And I'm like, well, I guess I'll pull the Ford clutches out of this one because they look perfect. And what did it do? It burnt those up too. So, yeah, we ended up ruining a lot of good parts. So I ended up taking it all apart and learning how to do transmissions. That's kind of the one that the needle that broke the camel's back, or the piece of straw, whatever that saying is. Yeah, so I put a extreme automatic billet valve body in the thing. Went to a aluminum direct drum because I read that that's a good idea for high RPM applications. And I said, okay, this is the last one. This is either the last one or the first of many. Because this is either going to work or we're going to find another transmission type to use. Because, my goodness. All right. Almost have the turbo off. All right. For the turbo on this car, we never actually ran this thing. We were running a billet 75 with a 88 millimeter turbine on the car for a while, and I was not liking the outgoing air temps that we were getting with that turbo. So I installed that cast wheel 80 millimeter turbo, and that's why that was on the car, but we never actually ran it down the track with that turbo. So it would have been interesting to see how much our IATs, or, compressor outlet temps, how they changed. But, just didn't get there.
212 people watching.
Nice. That is the highest number of concurrent viewers that we've ever had. So, thanks for tuning in, guys. Yeah, we used to live stream a fair amount, and I really wanted to invest in trying to make the stream quality nicer for you guys, just because I felt like I wasn't doing a good job. So, here we are. Yeah, it's sealed up tight. Like it's
I'm trying to control the P rate.
Yeah, so a lot of cars, you open the drain plug on the radiator and fluid comes out. This thing's sealed up so tight that you have to crack the radiator cap to get it to actually start moving fluid. Yeah, it is pretty fancy. Yeah, leave a like. Come on, guys. Good. Looking good and sounding crisp. Good to hear. Maybe the audio issues went away. Or maybe somebody's about to leave a comment that says, "No, it sucks."
215. Very cool.
See, this is what I'm talking about. I don't have room to get my wrench in here.
Wonder how Cameron's doing.
Yeah. So my brother was going to come over and help out with the stream, but unfortunately he was not feeling well. So say a prayer for him.
You only have one bolt holding this on?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You
I made a
meathead.
bracket to hold it on the bottom, but I never installed it.
Hey, look, there's the crazy lady. I mean, there's Mom. It's the
Alright.
momster. Everybody be quiet.
Hello, guys. Now, no mouthing off anymore. Mom's in the house. Gotta be good, on your best behavior. Looks like you guys had a lot of fun. Yeah.
They're tolerating us.
I just fitted a Volvo inline 5 into my Mark 6 Ford Fiesta. Very tight. That
Okay.
sounds cool.
A lot of people commented about Volvo 5 cylinders.
Okay.
What did you find the differences between the Audi, the Volvo, and why did you pick the Atlas?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm familiar with the Atlas. That's why I chose the Atlas.
Well, and expand upon that.
I mean, I didn't really do much research of anything on the other options that were available, just because I think it's a natural fit for the channel to do a Atlas 5. But
And I agree. I just, some of the Volvo guys were in need of some loving.
okay.
I said some of them, not all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's a great option. It's I'm sure that this is probably one of the largest displacement inline 5s that you're going to find. So if that's something that you value, then there probably isn't too many substitutes. 3.5 liter, usually that's like V6 territory. So. It's a family affair. Yes, it is. I have to chat up there if you want to read it up there, too. Or if you want to be on the screen.
You have to, you're leaving me?
Get ready.
I mean, honey.
5-cylinder head, pretty much a Ferrari V10 head. I don't know. That's I know I'm very impressed with the cylinder heads on the Atlas stuff, which that's something that we could show off as well. We already got a fully ported head for this build, so I guess I should kind of talk about the engine build that I'm going to do up for this thing. So the goal is to do forged rods and pistons and really go at it with a max effort setup on this thing. Yeah, so our buddy over at Snyder Performance did that one up for us. He's done all of our cylinder heads except for actually this one that's on this car right now. This is the infamous Faster Proms ported head that this is the very last head that LS George ever ported, unless he did one for himself. So this
for
is
Jeremy.
yes, for Jeremy. This is the last cylinder head that he ever ported for Jeremy. Then he went to go work for Cletus. So, yeah, just a fun little fact.
See y'all later. Have fun
Yeah.
with
Say goodbye to Mom. Okay, you can
Move it.
go misbehave again. Mom's gone.
See ya.
Cat's
Be
away,
careful.
mice to play.
Love you.
Where do I put parts? Okay, so I'm disconnecting all my probes at the moment.
Ooh.
Why did you go with the 3500 over the 3700? I haven't answered that question, so that's perfectly fine. The reason for that is because the 3.5 liter has the same bore as a 4200. And we got lots of parts for a 4200, so that was why we chose the 3500. Also, you get a little more head gasket sealing area. The 3700 definitely is a little aggressive on the amount of sealing area for the head gasket. It's like bored out 400 small block Chevy type territory. So
Talk about the wrist pin, the piston. You know, the 3.7 has the bigger pin bore, which does not match the available connecting rod.
yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, it's Molnar makes a set of rods, but they don't make it for the 23.5 millimeter pin that you see on the 3.7 liter. Yep, everybody leave a like. Come on, guys. Let's get this up in the algorithm. There'll be all kinds of people confused. Why is this weird 5-cylinder thing getting so many views?
Dun-na-na-na-na-na-na. All right, I'm gonna leave that there. It's got plenty of room there. So. It's different than the way I would have recommended, but it works. I guess I need to pull the belly pan
Yep.
in order to get access to some of this stuff that I'm looking at. Homer.
All right, I'm gonna remove my turbo manifold.
You got to bring everybody in to share that creation.
All right. Hop over to Oh. Oops. All right. Get you guys in here again. Doink. All right. So this is actually something I never showed off on the channel either. This is a 1 3/4 stainless turbo manifold that I made with a 6-into-1 style collector, and it goes to a V-band style turbine housing. I'm a really big fan of the V-band style turbo housings. I tried to keep the exhaust runners as equal length as possible, and we're going to try and do that on the 5-cylinder as well. So yeah, that's the goal there. Yeah, you can see this bolt, how this is shaved down like this. At one point, I had a turbo in the car that required that this be very, very low profile. So this car has gone through a lot of evolutions just with the 6-cylinder, in fact. So not only has it had a lot of engine combos, it's also had a lot of turbo. I mean, this
Fuel
thing,
systems, intakes.
yeah, like here, I have, yeah, see all these wires back here that are cut off? Those are the old ignition coil wires. You can see, you know, cut off wires in the ignition coil harness here. Like, it's just, this car has been abused. It's been cut apart, put back together. You know, why isn't this thing making power? Okay, let's change parts until it works, kind of thing. Like, it's just, it's in need of a good rewire. These are actually the original wires that I used for the IGN 1A coils. And the IGN 1A coils are a 5-pin. They have 3 grounds. Because there's a cylinder head ground, there's a chassis ground, and there's a sensor ground. And with these Volkswagen Audi coils, it's just 2 cylinder head grounds. So yeah, I had to remove one wire. That's why that little wire is still in there. But you know, it's just, it's messy. It's gross. It's got,
Character.
you know, leaves and stuff in the valley. Like, you know, it's just, it's been through a lot, and it's in need of a good refresh. So All right, so let's get this turbo manifold off, and
Yeah, I'm gonna run out to the truck or trailer and get AN fittings. I'm gonna get a 10 AN cap
okay.
and a 6 AN cap. Do you think there's another 6 AN? There's another 6 A. Okay, so yeah, all right, and we got an 8 over there. So 8, 10, and 3 6s.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Trying to find a socket. My side. Talking to the screen. Okay. Alright. My brother's been giving me pointers. Audio is humming. Yeah, doing my best here, guys. All right, let me get chat back up here and boink. Oh. I'm a Benz guy, so I'd always choose the Mark 112 for a V6. I'm not familiar with either of those, so yeah, that's a whole different world. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of Europeans in for this particular build. It's yeah, the intake manifold, which I'm really excited about, is the dual plenum style intake manifold, but all the parts for it came from Finland. So, big time rally guys over there, I know that. And it's neat to have a worldwide audience for this type of stuff. Just after midnight in Australia. Sheesh. Thanks for staying up and hanging out with us. Yeah, I'm definitely a night owl, so I'm almost always up into like early morning. I almost never sleep during the actual night. I'm almost always oh, Dad took my 3/8 drive ratchet. Mark 112 was in the Crossfire SRT6. Okay. Oh, whole different world. So the secondary air injection stuff is also on the 6-cylinder, just so you guys know. We normally use it to measure back pressure. That's what I'm actually taking off of the car right now. But what if you, instead of measuring stuff, you put a little air in there, tried to light off the turbo a little quicker, maybe shoot some fireballs. I don't know, guys. Probably too dangerous. Probably shouldn't do it. Yeah, probably not, right? So, what kind of car would you guys want to put a Atlas 5-cylinder in if you were doing it? Leave a comment. Calvin, would you do anything with an LFX? I have thought about it. The LFX, I believe, is the direct injected version. I would probably go with the non-direct injected version of the engine. But the LFX, is that the one with, I know the 3.6 in the Cadillac ATS-V, that has like titanium rods and stuff. Is the LFX like the more generic version? of the 3.6 liter 60-degree V6. It looks like a reasonably good engine. I'd definitely consider doing it. You know, as I've said many times in the past, I've always preferred the sound of a inline six over a V6. So that's kind of why we haven't really taken on a V6 quite yet. But at some point, you know, I'm sure we'll venture into that world and try to make one of them sound good, because if there's a will, there is a way. Okay. All right. Well, I gotta go weld in floorboards and try not to catch on fire. Good luck with that. Been there. All right. So now I'm disconnecting my VVT solenoid, cam sensor, coolant pressure sensor. All this has to come out. There's my alternator wire. Yeah, I'm actually kind of looking forward to doing the wiring stuff on stream, just because normally it's so hard to like do that stuff in a video, because it's just hard to make it, you know, make a summary of it and make it entertaining and that kind of stuff and get it to the point where anybody will watch it. But with a stream format, you know, it kind of comes with the territory. I think you guys are okay with a little bit of dead air. So, you know, we might be able to actually talk about that kind of stuff with you guys. And, you know, so if you know anybody that's always wondered how we do this wiring stuff, tell them to tune in.
Wiring Wednesday?
Yeah, maybe wiring Wednesday. That might be a good idea.
Friday.
How would you film wiring? Head mounted? I'd probably just sit right here in front of the camera and just be working away doing stuff, and, you know, be able to show you a head cam. I don't know if that would work out super well. You know, then you got to manage batteries on your head, and, you know, I'm already having to manage enough batteries. So, yeah, I haven't really thought that one 100% through. I feel like I can do a good job with just filming the way that we are. But see when we get there. Just answering somebody's question. Yeah. I had it earlier. There it is. Okay. Alright, let's tighten up a little. Sockets back on the socket belt so that you don't lose them, right? Max Efforts Flathead. You know, I love, there's this Facebook page where people share all-out engine builds. I don't really like the name of it, but it's called Engine Porn on Facebook. And there's people that share all kinds of crazy stuff on there. And a lot of times they'll put like flathead stuff on there. Those guys are crazy. Like, I didn't even, like, you know, of course I know what a flathead is, but I didn't know how bad they were. They only have 3 main bearings for a V8 engine. it's just crazy. But I don't know, if we get more into the land speed racing stuff, you know, I'd. Okay, Dad's gonna veto that one. All right, which one would you veto more, rotary or a flathead? Have you ever driven a flathead? Yeah, it's not. Okay. 6. Yeah. So. It's east all the way up to 73. Wow. But yeah, there's a lot of industrial equipment. Wow. So, yeah, back in high school, I drove. Sorry, 46 Dodge. It was a enriching experience, right? I had that rebuild one that I was going to put into my street. I remember that being 39 limit that we had. Yep. And it just never worked out. So, yeah, I remember that one. The fuel lines are still off. Okay. All right. Dad's microphone isn't working. Your microphone is not on.
How about now?
How about now? Yeah, Dad turned his microphone off when he walked out of the building, and it's all good. Forgot to turn it on.
You want to take them completely off and just relocate the. That's
Windshield wipers. Perfect.
next to hand.
Yep.
Okay. Number 8 cap. All right, so I'm turning my mic off again.
Okay. Remind Dad to turn his mic back. Yeah, I am. It is kind of shocking to see how many Benz guys there are. I mean, I was expecting some Europeans just because, you know, Rallycross, Europe, you know. I get it. I get it. And that's kind of one of the goals. You know, I love that there's so many people from around the world that follow the channel. So it's cool to be able to jump into a new world and learn some new stuff. Because I don't know, I want to keep learning until the day I die. And you know, it's if you keep doing the same thing, you never learn anything. And I just like to learn. It's one thing that, you know, it's fun to take you guys on the journey with us, you know, because it seems like you guys like to learn too. That's, you know, we seem to have cultivated an audience that loves to learn, and that's my kind of people. Gonna boost for 2.8 liter. Oh, if you're going to boost, yeah, the 2.8, yeah, this 2.8 liter is like the 3.5 liter of the Vortec, the Atlas World. So yeah, I would definitely be a 2.8 liter guy as well. The 2.9 is just too thin.
Good to get all that burping and farting out of the way.
Have you ever hot rodded a 60s inline six?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
In fact, I would like to revisit that someday because I'm stupid.
Oh, I thought they were asking me.
Oh, I think they're asking both of us.
Oh. Sheesh.
I think, we can both share our stories.
Nobody.
Oh, I did too. It didn't get very far, but
Yeah, down the street, and then somebody crashed into you.
yeah. Yeah, it's that's kind of what put us on this journey. Is I had a 1964 Chevy Nova with a 250 inline six in it, and I love that inline six.
Now, wait a minute. What started this journey is clear back in the 70s. I had that 235.
You kept telling me not to do the six-cylinder stuff. You're like, put a V8 in it. What are you doing?
Truth be known, he comes by the six-cylinder love naturally.
Oh.
So. Got the 10 millimeter
For the intake,
for what you're working on.
there's 13.
Okay.
Yeah, if you need a 10, I have one here.
Yeah, so I had a 235 back in 79. No, 78. In 78, which became a V8 at a later time. And then my brother loved the six cylinders, so we put together a 250 for him and his Nova. And then he ran it without water and turned it into a paperweight. And then Junior comes along and fell in love with his uncle's six-cylinder that he had in another Nova at a later date. So now you take off.
Okay. Dad's first car was a 54 Chevy. That had a 235. And it was going to be a Corvette, wasn't it?
Yes.
But your dad, my grandfather vetoed that one. And so he ended up with a 54 Chevy.
I still haven't gotten over that.
Yeah.
59 Corvette.
Yeah. And what kind of stuff did you do to it to hop it up?
The 235, nothing.
Nothing?
Other than, I
the car-
changed the exhaust.
Okay.
I was still trying, well, that was my first engine overhaul. I was just a kid. Oh my goodness, I was a kid.
Are those the ones that had like splash oiling or something?
Dippers, no, that would have been just before that. It had the dippers were up until 47, 48,
Yeah, so back in
49, 50, 50, up until 50, and then they had the pressurized oiling system after that.
yeah, so they didn't have an oil pump. They would literally the crankshaft would dip down into a sump of oil, and that's how it would lubricate the engine.
Yeah, it would scoop it,
Yep.
pitch it up into a collection point.
Yeah. But yeah, you had the generation just after that.
Yep.
I gotta take my cold plate. But yeah, I got into the six cylinders, the 250, because my uncle sold us a 64 Chevy Nova that I fell in love with, the original inline six. We were gonna V8 swap it, but then I was like, I like the 250. And is that the car I made my first drag pass in?
Yes.
Yep. So made my first drag pass in it.
Yeah, you were up at South Mountain.
Yeah, it went 11s
In the 8th.
in the 8th.
Yep. You made it to the finals.
Yep, made it to the finals in my first bracket race ever. And got beat by a girl. Yeah. He was way better at it than me, I can tell you that. But yeah, I was building a supercharger kit using a M90 Super Coupe, Ford Super Coupe supercharger that I was going to put on the thing. Was going to use the original one-barrel manifold with a thermostat housing for basically it was going to go from the you have the one-barrel flange, and then I bolted a thermostat housing from a small block Chevy onto the one-barrel carburetor flange, and then it was going to have a draw-through two-barrel 500 Holly on the suction side of the supercharger, because we hadn't really figured out the blow-through carb stuff, and we still haven't done that to this day, but just because we got into EFI.
Well,
I'm sure we'll be there
everything
someday.
I had as a kid was a draw-through.
Yeah, so being a draw-through, it's like it would be like it's just a bigger engine. You know, it would react to the airflow in the same way as if you had just installed a bigger engine. So that was the idea there. And I had like just finished the kit, and then I got into an accident with the car and it totaled the thing. The car still is out there, but yeah, it's somebody bought it off of me. They fixed it, and it's still out there. This is what I'm talking about. No room to work on it. I get my cold pipe off the car. There.
Sounds outside. That sounded like Cameron's door. Sounded like a modern Chevy. I did turn on the mic, right?
I think you did.
All right.
Dad's taking off fuel rail that was supplied to us by Atlas Industries. Big
Is
shout
this-
out to those guys. They've been doing a lot of Atlas engine development over these past couple of years.
Is this a compression fitting at the bottom or a press in?
It's pressing. Which I can reuse this. A 5-cylinder.
All right, so how do you want me to disconnect these things here?
Could just unplug it from here.
Okay.
Yeah,
A few more things here.
This. All this stuff.
Whoops.
Ah,
So office on master mechanic.
what are the dimensions of the 5-cylinder? So if you go onto the Vortec 4200 wiki and you take the 6-cylinder dimensions and subtract 4 inches from any of the length dimensions, that will give you your answer. A lot of people ask, what's the dimensions on the 4 and 5-cylinder? Well, it's like, just take one bore spacing, subtract
Nice.
math.
246.
Nice. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. my goal was to break 100 concurrent viewers, and I think we did that in the first 5 minutes. So thanks, guys.
No, don't hang up.
Yeah, don't leave now. See how, I know everybody has lives, and it's nice that you're choosing to spend your Saturday with us.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I did not make this easy for myself. You get to watch me struggle, huh? Really, I just need to get it out of my way. I can get my turbo manifold off. Yeah, I can do that. Now this thing just barely fits. Which hopefully the 5-cylinder manifold is a little easier. I know there's a trick to it. I'm just not finding it right now. It might be just to flex it. Ugh. I'm watching while helping my son build an RC car. That's awesome. That kind of stuff's important. A lot of young guys don't even know which way to turn the wrench to loosen a bolt. Gotta teach them young. I know I work with a couple people like that. Just gotta be patient. Ugh. Hey, Cameron. Hey, look who's decided to show up. All right, I need you to fix everything for me. Oh. It's 10:45 here in PA. Yep, that's where we are. I did not give myself any room to work on this. I know I got it out of here. Got it in and out of here. So you just get to watch me struggle, huh? So close. It's so close. This is how you wanted to spend your Saturday, huh? Okay. I think I got it. Leverage. All right, it's coming out now. I'm telling you guys. Yep, yep. Almost there, almost there. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh. See, this is what I'm talking about. I don't have any rope. Uh-huh. Yeah. We're almost there. Almost there. Where'd my 10 millimeter go? The classic, age-old question. Where is thine 10 millimeter socket? No. Are you gonna mic yourself up? Just grab one of the ones from the bottom. All right. Telling you, it's about to happen. Ooh, 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 ooh. When in doubt, get the pry bar, flex stuff out of your way till it's out of the car. Hey, we got it! So here's this turbo manifold that I made. As you can see, it barely fits in the car. Alright, that was fun. Okay. Hello from France. Say you have great information, content. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's thanks. Does everybody else? Okay. I hear some people, the old 10 millimeter socket meme. Some people are like, I don't know what you're talking about. I never lose my 10 millimeter socket. How many people constantly losing the 10 millimeter? I bought like a 10 pack, so if I just lose one, I just get another one. So that's how I solve the problem. But some people are like, I don't understand the meme. I never lose my 10 millimeter. What are you talking about?
Said the guy who never did anything. What's up, bud?
What are you talking about? Oh, the headphone. Yeah, it's going to be super quiet. So here I have the top.
Good gravy, what'd you do? Screw this into the other fender?
Yeah, you know. Didn't want it to fall out.
Yeah.
Alright. So people get the meme. 10 millimeter and 11 millimeter, yes and yes. I know your pain. He's bad with the 8 millimeter. Okay. So it's not always the 10 millimeter.
Yeah, we've lost every 8 millimeter.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
Need to buy a 10 pack of those.
all right, I need a hand here for a second.
Yeah, I gotta disconnect the oil line.
Yeah, and there's something else hanging off of it. You made a, oh, there's a valve. Okay. So, you close the valve. And I have the wrench. It's over here.
Small one or the big one?
Oh, small one. Thank you.
Alright, Dad's taking off the oil accumulator right now. We started to run them on these just because we were starting to have issues with oil pressure in the shutdown. So that was the idea with that.
And then, tell them about was it Moroso?
Yeah, Moroso, yeah. They're a real big fan of me. So we also noticed that it increased oil pressure all the time. Maybe not at idle, but when the engine's at higher RPM.
8,000-ish.
Yeah. So when we installed an oil accumulator on the yellow car, the yellow 2010 Camaro that we built, we noticed that the oil pressure was greater at high RPM as well. And I believe it's putting it into a more favorable condition on the oil pump curve, which is what was causing that for us. And so, yeah, I had some words with Moroso when we were at PRI last year. I'll tell this story on stream, but I would not repeat it in a video just because it was not one of my finer moments. But we were at PRI, and we were looking for oil pans that could be modified or adapted to work on a 4200. So we were going from oil pan vendor to oil pan vendor, looking at long oil pans. And we walked up to the Moroso booth, and we were looking at oil pans, and they're like, "Oh, what are you looking for? We could probably help you." And I'm like, "Well, we're just looking at pans. You know, you don't want to support my application that I'm interested in, so you know, I'm trying to come up with a more creative solution since you guys don't see demand in it." And the guy kind of took offense to this. I might have said it a little more aggressively than I intended to. He's like, "Well, what are you talking about? We'll add support for it. If there's demand for it, we'll add support." Like, well, it's the 4200. You guys have been contacted about it many times. And so it got into kind of a more heated discussion when my dad was like, "Oh, well, look at this pan over here." He was off. I was talking to the guy. He was off looking at oil pans. And he probably didn't even hear our conversation. And he interrupts and he's like, "Oh, what about this oil pan, Calvin?" And I'm like, "Oh, that one looks like it might work." And I'm like, what's that oil pan? He's like, "Oh, that's a Nissan L28. We just added support for it." And I'm like, okay. Gotta keep my cool here. You added support for like one of the crappiest engines ever made. It's not. I was using hyperbole. It's not the worst engine ever made. They're fine. But at the time, I was a little upset. So I'm like, okay, you added support for one of the worst engines ever made instead of the 4200. How many do you sell? And he's like, "Oh, we sell, I don't know, maybe like a couple a month." I'm like, dude, like, that's the amount of demand that you have to support an oil pan? Like, there's way more demand than that for the 4200. Like, come on. And he just got progressively more angry. I got progressively more angry. And at some point, he was just like, "Okay, well, you have a social media following." Because at some point in the conversation, this is how it relates to the oil accumulator. One of the other guys at the Moroso booth is like, "Well, this guy, he has a YouTube channel. We've seen your oil accumulator video on our Moroso oil accumulators. We were actually going to take some of the information from your video and put it into the service manual." It's like, "Okay, well, if you think there's a demand for it, then you send your followers and you tell them to come show us that there's demand for it." And that's basically how the conversation ended. But not one of my finer moments. I kind of lost my cool a little bit just because it was like, dude, like, this engine that hasn't been produced for probably, 40, 50 years? Like,
79.
you support that.
Since 79.
Yeah, you support that before you support this up-and-coming anyways.
Oh, 252, 252.
I want to switch the video here for a second. Is it okay
To
if
your camera?
No, I just gotta flip this screen.
Well, okay. Just
Unplug it.
switch to one of the other cameras real quick, and then.
We'll be back in 1 second.
Hold on. Yeah, it'll take literally 5 seconds.
But you're on another camera.
Yes. Still be up here.
And we're back.
And we're back. We're live. Live in the 405.
Right? Any street outlaw guys out there?
Okay. Oh, that intake's gonna be unpleasant to remove.
It's very unpleasant. Another reason that we're doing this. It's a pain.
Holy mackerel, how do you get that bottom bolt?
Oh, it's a nightmare.
All right, I need the, all the 10mm ratchet wrenches are gone. You have them.
I believe so, but I don't even know if you can fit one in there.
Is this the one you use for video?
You can.
Oh,
I mean, I've been using
Oh, that
this one, but
let me use that one.
Yeah, categorically, they're missing.
all right, the only thing is I can't keep an eye on chat while we're using it, but that's fine.
Can you make this thing go like full screen or something? Oh, the chat's there.
Screen, custom app. Yeah, I guess I could show you guys. So here is the cylinder head that we had boarded. A little closer, a little easier to see. Big amount of time is spent on the exhaust side just because it's really bad on these Atlas engines. So, all right, Dad is now going to have to struggle with. Did you switch? You didn't switch. Okay, I've been talking over here about this cylinder head. I didn't realize we weren't live. Okay, yeah, big amount of time is spent in exhaust ports on the porting effort because they are really bad on the 4200s and Atlas stuff. Also spend a fair amount of time on the intake. So, and then these are our Crowler valve springs that we run on pretty much everything. So we're not going to have cams on this. It's going to be stock cams for now. But at some point, we will probably develop some cams for this deal. You know, they have cams available for the 6-cylinder, but nobody's doing the 5-cylinder yet that I'm aware of. So, yeah, Dad is now going to have to struggle with getting these bolts out of this intake because it needs to come off. There's also a little support that I added down on the throttle body that goes to the motor mount, because I noticed that the intake was flexing when I revved the throttle, and I wanted to make that stop. So, just so you're aware. But yeah, we got our turbo manifold off. And yes, this is the secondary air injection manifold. It distributes down the cylinder head and then injects down into the exhaust ports. That's what I talked about in my video, which I should mention, if you guys don't know what we're doing here, you should go watch our live stream.
They are
Go watch,
watching.
yeah, you should go watch our live stream. You should go watch our latest video because our latest video we have we explain what we're doing here. We're installing a 5-cylinder into this Ford Fairmont. This is a Vortec 4200, and we're going to take that guy out and install its little brother. As you've heard me complain about quite a few times in this stream, there's no room to work on anything in this thing. So hopefully by installing something that's a little shorter, we can give ourselves a little bit more room. So yeah, that's the idea there. So I'm going to.
All right. How about you ask everybody to start guessing what they think the horsepower level's gonna be?
Yeah, how much horsepower do you think this 3.5 liter is going to get? I think we can break that 600 horsepower. My goal was 600 horsepower just because that's the most amount that the rally guys ever got out of their program. So
Crank or tire?
I assume crank, but it said around 600. It didn't give like a number, so it was probably only 500, but you know, gotta bump those numbers up. Yeah, this turbo drain is actually something we can talk about as well. So this line that I'm about to take off the car, this was made in the parking lot at a drag and drive, because we had an issue where the original drain line that I had on the car was leaking, and we were like, oh crap, where are we going to get 12 AN fittings in the middle of nowhere? So the guys at Red Horse Performance actually sponsor the events, a lot of the sick events, and they drove out to our hotel, because we just kind of limped it to the hotel and just made sure it didn't run out of oil, because it was literally just leaking profusely as we were going down the road. So they drove out to our hotel. They made us a new line, and that is what we have right here. So big thanks to the guys over at Red Horse. You saved our bacon when we were on a drag and drive at one time. So yeah.
That and they were great guys.
Yeah, they were really cool. So, all right. I am dumping oil into the belly pan right now. That's fun.
Technology.
Did you switch back? Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
How many people are watching?
All right, let me have my phone back so I can watch.
Well, I do want to do more filming
Okay.
with it.
We'll have to set it up so that it's on another phone at some point, just so I can
Okay.
watch the. Or we could just do it here. Just give me this
You want that one?
Where's my phone?
right here. Be able to see the cat.
Okay.
Spot.
How's my battery?
45%. All right. I feel like I should have a timer on the screen so people can keep track of how long it took us to do stuff.
Wow.
Engine removal. 45 minutes, right? Alright, got my turbo feed line off.
Is there supposed to be a black border?
It's the best I could do, Cameron.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just making sure. Everybody gets the black border.
Yep, unfortunately there's a black border, and now everybody knows about it.
Oh.
No, it's fine.
Actually, I don't.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
See how there's a black border when he goes to the... Okay, let's stop pointing it out.
Oh.
It's the best I could do.
Okay, that's fine.
At some point I'd like to find an app, because the way this is working is my phone is casting to a Chromecast, and then that's what you guys are seeing on my switcher. So that's how this whole little behind the scenes magic.
And my arm is
I lost
not
my 10 millimeter again. Oh, it's on the socket. It's right. See, I put tools away, I still can't find them.
Way.
We're over here.
Way.
Alright.
Let's see. This bolt was loose, just as an FYI.
Yeah, that one liked to rattle loose.
Hmm.
I've checked it a few times and it's been loose.
You get the 10mm on there? Okay, so fish that thing up from the end if you can, if you think you can. Because I can't get a wrench to work. Because my good 10mm racket wrench is MIA. Well, no,
Hey.
that doesn't work.
Go, got there. Okay.
Let's see if I can. I'm trying to get this one right here. Nope, I don't. Well, you can get it this far. I can guide it on. I don't think it's worth the effort. Let me.
I think there's a vacuum.
4 more inches. Don't bother. I'll figure it out.
I don't even remember how I did it. I remember it was a nightmare. Not all I remember. And don't forget about the brace on the throttle.
Yep.
button.
I'm a long way away from that yet. All the tough bolts are getting taken care of first.
I'll be 100% honest. This cylinder head has been something with this combination has held it back because it does not make the same horsepower as our other combos. So I don't know if it's the cylinder head or if it's something else with the combo. It's probably the
compression
ratio. We do have a set of dish pistons in this thing, so it's never quite made the same horsepower per pound of boost that the other cars did.
Yeah, but this is the piston combo that led to your working with Wiseco to develop what's available now for everybody.
Yep.
So that's something for everybody to
Yeah, so these
maybe
pistons
recognize.
are originally spec'd for a Subaru. And I noticed I went through every piston catalog that I could find and looked at piston specs and found that there is a Subaru EJ20 stroker piston that you can get in the 93mm bore that you need for this engine that has the right pin and very close to the right compression height. So I took those pistons, I made a custom piston holder for the lathe, and I machined the top of the pistons off just slightly. They're a dish piston, so you can do that. It was around 40 thousandths of an inch off the piston, and that is what is in this car right now. And I told Wiseco that that's what I was doing, and they're like, how about we just develop a set of pistons for you? So that is why Wiseco now offers pistons for the 400. Oh. Yeah, I remember what I was doing. See, getting distracted. I was taking the alternator off.
Oh, that's so hard to do.
Alternator. Everybody makes fun of how I say alternator. I say alternator sometimes.
Yeah, you put D in it
Yeah, I
instead
know.
of T in it.
Everybody's like alternator.
Alternator. Arnold is not your father.
Pennsylvania Dutch, right?
No.
Okay. I
So-
just talk.
Semi-idiotic. Yes.
There you go.
Oh, I need the 90 degree with the extension and the 10 millimeter.
All 10mm sockets and wrenches should be made in the color red from the manufacturer. That's a good idea right there.
Where is the 90 degree? There it is. The extension and the 10 millimeter. Okay.
Start working on the engine mount bolts. Yeah, I can actually like get to the bell housing. I'm used to having to like lean over and squeeze my hand behind stuff. This will be nice. I can just take them out. I don't have to fight with them. I can just watch. See, I can just reach down here and get them. Normally I'm having to fight around a turbo. Isn't this crazy? Parts needed. Open up the Corvair. Make the 10mm sockets glow in the dark. That's a good idea right there. Should be bioluminescent. They should glow all the time. Of course, that would probably involve some sort of radiation, and that would probably be bad for you.
Fear of radiation is way overrated. I remember as a kid, all the families' dads worked at the same place my dad did, the nuclear power plant. And we had the one neighbor kid convinced that my dad didn't come out at night because he glowed in the dark. He believed it for years. It was hysterical. I forgot about that. I wonder how Bob's doing.
3/8. 3/8. Getting there. Getting there.
Yeah.
Alright. So these two canisters back here are actually not charcoal. They're soot canisters to they're particulate filters to basically take your exhaust air and clean it up so it doesn't ruin your back pressure. I was intending to actually run two back pressure sensors, one at the runner and one down at the turbo, but just because I was curious if you would see much difference there. Never ended up doing that, but at some point I need to take this one off and put it on another car because it's doing nothing right now. But yeah, this is so that you can measure the exhaust back pressure, and we do that with this little manifold here that goes on the secondary air injection port, because that goes down right to the exhaust ports. So neat little trick you can do with the Atlas engines, and but if you watch my latest video, you know we might use that part for some extracurricular activities in the future. Look forward to that. All right, bell housing. Okay. All right, up to 278 viewers. Wow. That's awesome. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. somebody says that he thinks they used Chevy 265 pistons with the top milled. Yep.
265 pistons. In what?
I'm sure 55 Chevy or something. Or whatever that would be.
It came factory flat top. There's 3.75 bore.
That's pretty small.
Yeah, it's 3.75 bore with a 3-inch stroke. And they were flat tops. Yeah. Yeah, it's neat. They the 55 engine had they were a solid lifter, and then they had basically what amounted to a oil pumping system in the rear lobe of the cam. They had 2 big notches milled in it that would fill that cavity with oil. And yeah, we've got one of those sitting here somewhere. I think it's up in the barn, leaning against the wall. I kept it because the machine work required in it's so unique. I didn't want to lose that because I always figured I'd end up building a 265. I've had 2 of them. One was rebuilt. But yeah, the Roadster's gonna get the 283 now. So all right.
Whole garage. Yeah. Is he in here? Or do you guys just talk about it? Oh, you're just talking. Okay.
All right, your brace and the air inlet need to be disconnected now. So all of the flange bolts are disconnected.
Okay.
And my fingers are beat up.
You want to work on the radiator?
Yeah, I've got this side disconnected. And then we just need the hose off of here. And
So this live, we're gonna get as far as we get. Somebody just asked if it's just removing the engine.
no.
We'll probably have the new one in there and hopefully some engine mounts made before the end of the day. That is hopefully the goal for today. And as the week goes on, we're going to build a turbo manifold. We're going to build a intake manifold. Probably do some oil pan modifications. And some wiring stuff. It should be live all week this week. Yeah. I did not give myself any room here. No, more like Ford did not give me any room here. Of course, I did put the engine in here, so can't blame me.
Just move that. Well,
Remember how I got this thing in here?
turbo. Yeah. Sets right in the way. All right. It's here. And
At some point during the stream, we're gonna have to take you over to what Dad's been working on while I've been working on my '57 Chevy, and have him show that off to you guys because it's something we haven't been showing on the channel quite yet because plan to do a pretty big video on it. Okay.
we have got to find some drain pans. I do not know where they are.
Moving the camera around. Yeah. We did not do a compression test before we started. There is nothing wrong with this engine. It was running great. In fact, the last time it ran, it went an 897. We are taking this out to put a 5-cylinder because I'm crazy. Need more cowbell. I don't have a cowbell. Maybe I'll have to get one. Man, I don't even know how I got this thing in here, let alone getting it out. Somebody likes to monitor too much data. They have all these dang wires running through here. Okay, we're getting it. We're getting it. Did Fiat make an inline 5? I don't know. What's everybody's opinion on the Dodge Hurricane stuff? I see that they're doing the Roadkill Night stuff again, and I saw somebody put one into a Dodge Viper. Everybody, what do you guys think of all that stuff? Personally, I'm not a fan of the integrated exhaust manifold into the cylinder head. I would like to be able to make an individual runner turbo manifold for one if we ever do one, but yeah, as soon as I saw that, that was a big letdown. Yeah, that's why I thought of it. It was, you know, somebody said about a Fiat inline 5. I was thinking, oh, what about their inline 6? Because that's all it really is, I believe. They're, you know, they're owned by Fiat now, so. And the Viper, they ended up merging the two banks together, and it does sound kind of cool. But I do have a tripod for that camera. It's in my house. It's I don't know, but it's like, you know, on my the little table that's next to my 3D printer. I think it's right there. Love that Hurricane. Stupid how much power they are making with stock blocks. Yeah, I mean, they're not really making that much horsepower quite yet, but unless you mean stock, bottom end and everything.
Don't they have a 1,000 horsepower version?
Yeah, that's right. They did come out with the 1,000 horsepower. Did they ever
I never
actually
saw
come
it.
out with the crate engine? Because they said that they were, and then it's like,
Crickets.
where is it?
Instant crickets. Oh, Jiminy crickets. Oil's just steadily pouring out of the engine. So grab one of those caps. Cameron, it's right next to the garbage can. I think there's a -12 cap in there. Look at that.
Currently driving home from work. What's going on with the North Star? Well, we've been doing quite a few videos on it. I hear people still asking about it. It's like, well, we've been doing videos on it. Like, you should go watch the videos. But I can update that for you guys if you would like. Currently, I am struggling with the starter, because I can give you guys a sneak peek on that. Just give me a second. Get this stupid ball out. Yeah, I don't think I would have any interest in working for Elon Musk. He seems like a really, really tough person to work for. Somebody says that I should work on the Tesla rockets. I don't think I'd have any interest in working for him. He seems like he demands way too much from his employees.
He probably pays them accordingly, though.
Yeah, but I like to have a life outside work. People complaining about the starter location on the the North Star.
That's dumb.
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad at all.
There's lots of engines with it in the valley. And the VK56 is a good example of one.
Ask us how we know.
People don't complain about that one, but they don't like the North Star. So, I mean, the North Star had enough other issues that I'm sure people were just upset. They said what they said in anger. Yeah, Elon is a maniac and does not. Well, that's
I doubt that. I doubt that. Wrong place for that conversation.
Discussion. I do have some opinions on that. I have a video called Elon Agenda. There you go. All right, you want to go see some political talk? Go check out his video. We're not going to talk about that in this video.
All right, I'm satisfied.
Max ECU over there on the other side of the big ocean. Yes, we do. In fact, this car already has a Max ECU in it, and we are going to actually be changing it out for another Max. Yeah, I want to put this car has a max ECU race on it, which has way more I/O and built-in EGTs, and I want to put that onto my red Camaro, and we're gonna put a more lower end model on this car. Yeah, max ECU. I don't know why it's not bigger here in the States, because it should be. It's by far the best ECU I've ever used. I'd be curious to one day play with a Motec, because everybody says it's the best, but I wouldn't be surprised if I was disappointed, because the max ECU is so good. See, we did, because Motec was at PRI last year, and we did stop at the booth to have some discussions with them. And the thing that I didn't like about the discussions that we had with them is it seems like you have to get their permission to do anything. Like, you have to have them build a special firmware to do whatever you want. And that seems really, really annoying.
I don't know what
You
it.
gotta unplug the...
Oh, I thought I'd.
Yeah, you got... Okay. It easy to output from a max ECU to factory gate. So the problem with that is you need to emulate this factory you need to emulate the factory CAN protocol. And that can oftentimes be very difficult. There are a few CAN protocols that max ECU does support. So, such as like a C6 Corvette and stuff like that. But it's not super duper straightforward. I was kind of trying to attempt to do that in my my Trailblazer, but it didn't end up quite working out 100% the way that I was hoping it would. But yeah, that's the main issue there, is you got to figure out the CAN protocol stuff, which that is one thing I love about max ECU that I was starting to get into there when I was talking about the Motec stuff. The Motec stuff, you got to like get them to do a custom firmware for anything you possibly want to do. And I don't like that, because I just want to do the thing. I don't want to talk to you about doing the thing. I just want to do it. Don't make me, sit on a Teams call with you for 6 hours explaining what I want. I just want the thing. And max ECU just lets me do the thing. Their stuff is configurable enough that I can just do the thing. I don't have to get their permission.
Have you re-engineered the thermostat
Yes.
like Sony did for the Atlas?
Yes. I'm not sure what he's talking about as far as what other people have done, but yes, we have re-engineered the thermostat.
Okay, there's a
Why we take it off?
an adapter here that got pulled off of this injector that's still in the head.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Pull it out when the engine's out. We only need 5 of these. Right?
Yeah, just making sure you knew.
Okay. Alright, I'm working on the throttle body. That is painful on the fingers.
I did not get the brace either.
Yeah, it's bolted to the throttle body, so when I take the throttle body off, it'll come off.
Okay.
Crawl.
Ooh. That needs a, what is that, a 12 millimeter?
On what?
This bolt right here?
No, it's 13.
And it is not 13.
It is. Yeah, let me.
All right, got them all.
Nope.
That's almost 13.
Find it? Yeah, okay, you found that part. Now you gotta find the other part. But I don't know where it is. Yeah, if you guys could entertain the stream, I could go find it. Not a problem. Yeah, I'll go find it.
Okay. Is that all of them?
It must be bolted somewhere else. It's still attached.
Not here.
About here.
Well,
Bolted to the throttle body, or the cable flange. Yeah.
Oh. What do you mean? Half inch. Right there.
Okay.
All right. On the other hand, local, what is this heart thing that never goes away?
It's so that you can leave a heart.
I've left lots of hearts.
There you go.
Oops. Flourishing with 5 brands making competition products. Okay. Hey guys, what's up? Peter A. All right, I'm gonna look for Michael Blacktree. Are there Apple? Okay. I'm looking for locations. Did anybody put some horsepower numbers out there? I didn't hear anything. The 57 needs a big block. There's no doubt about that. Sorry. That's not what Calvin wanted. we'll make up for the lack of big block on another project. No love.
16s.
All right.
Whoop. All right.
Well, I'm not seeing
So
any.
many projects. So how many projects do you both have between you two? Too many.
Not enough. Looking for another one. At all times.
So for me, I have the 95 Camaro. 57 Chevy. I have this thing, 81 Fairmont. Used to have a Studebaker. Somebody took it from me. I think that's it. Yeah.
Well, you stole my Sunbird from me.
Trailblazer.
The
Oh, I didn't
Trailblazer.
steal this up for that is your car.
I can't even fit in it anymore.
Yeah, well, we can move the seat.
That's your car.
Okay.
You'll know when it's my car. It won't have that stupid exhaust manifold on it.
Uh-huh.
What else? Well, then there's the Camaro for me, the 2010.
Yeah.
The 87 Camaro, which they don't know about that one yet. The 83 Futura, which you'll probably steal that one from me too. Don't you give me that look.
How one's yours?
Yeah, what happens is he puts the seats where I can't sit in them. And then my Studebaker. And then at some point, we got to get the Datsun back out here. Crap Maro's done, the 85 Camaro, other than we're going to change the air intake and the pulley. Because it ran 1016 at 6 summer. But we have the small pulley on it. And
Small crank pulley.
small crank pulley on it.
So it's spinning the blower slower.
Yep. But I want to change a couple things in that car before we take it any further. And then I'm looking forward to sharing the Studebaker with them.
Yeah.
That hasn't been. Has that been on any videos yet?
Well, it has, but we
A
haven't,
long time ago.
yeah, we haven't shown what you recently did to it.
Ooh. You know it's
We're
not
gonna
that
show
far
that
out.
at some point.
When do you want to do that?
Whenever Cameron comes back.
Oh.
He's gonna show you that while I go find my tripod.
Oh. I'm going to steal the show. I'm going to become the new star.
Go. Change this the channel to Word 57.
Oh, my word.
Sometimes I think
I
about
want
changing.
that to fit on the red card. Let's go check out how do I do this
We
live?
need a cylinder head.
Yeah, let's change over to something live, and I'm gonna watch you try and put that on and go, oh man. Or can I put that on my car?
Like to put it on the red card because I'm a real big fan of this thing. I spent a lot of time. There it is. You found it. Okay. See this intake? Fancy. It's not going to be as fancy as the one that we make for this car.
This camera's
But-
too close. It
Yeah.
should be moved away.
It's fine. Went with a
They can't
center.
even see that.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, stop. Got a center feed style intake manifold here that we made out of an air intake from a fire truck. So this piece used to be a circle, and we cut the air intake out, cut a slot in it, and then we stood on the thing. If you go watch the video on where we made this thing, it was around this time last year when we put that video out. We literally stuck the round tube in the press and we flattened it out, and that is what that piece right here is. So, cool intake.
All right, you're gonna have to go follow Calvin.
Okay. Well, hang on. You go show them your new car.
What?
Fancy
You
stuff.
got him
I'm
all
gonna go get a
revved up
cylinder.
about seeing the intake
Yeah,
on
I'm
the
gonna
red
go-
car.
Yeah, you go show them that. I'll go get. Yeah, put that on there. All right. We need to entertain them for a few minutes.
Okay, so is Cameron following me?
Yes, he will in a second once he
Okay.
gets it changed over. Okay, so where'd there's thing. Okay, let's switch over to this. Doot. Okay, so we have removed the intake. All that stuff's out of the way. My catch can, which used to be down there, that's all out. Took our radiator out, our burned down garage Silverado fan holder. Big fan of that.
Show me this thing.
Oh, yeah, I'll get there. Yeah.
Tell them about
Exhaust
how
manifold.
dear old dad milled it down to within
Oh,
a
that's not
thousandth of
that
an
one.
inch. Oh,
Because I've since.
oh, you threw that one away.
No, I had to remove
Dad
the-
was a
I had to
hero, and
move
you
the-
couldn't let me live with
I had
that
to
hero
move it.
status. You had to remove it.
No,
Okay.
I had to move it.
Uh-huh.
So exhaust is out, turbo's out, downpipe is out. I got 2 of the bell housing bolts out. We still got to do torque converter bolts. Got to take our belly pan off, which I guess we don't have to, but
No, we are.
yeah, we might as well. Because we got to jack the car up. So
Yeah, I'm about to.
and can't forget, need to measure angles and offsets to be able to put the 5-cylinder in the same driveline situation. So, yeah, so we are making progress. Oh, yeah, and the dad wanted me to show off. Sorry, my finger was in the camera. This is our crank sensor kit that unfortunately I haven't been able to restock, but uses a 58 tooth wheel and nice little bracket here. Normally it mounts over there, but on this car I needed it to mount over here because I wanted to put the alternator focus. I wanted to put the alternator over here, so you can't use the alternator. You can't have the alternator on this side and the crank sensor on the side, so I made this custom bracket which blocks off the original water pump flange because we have a Davies Craig water pump, and it blocks that off and then holds the same crank sensor holder that we normally have on that side. I gotta figure out where this camera is. We're flipping you over. There. See the screen? There we go. Okay. So, and this just uses a Gen 4 LS crank sensor on this guy. So, nice little bit of kit.
Where is it? Oh, there it is.
All right, so getting close to being able to pull this out. I'd like to not touch any of that stuff just because it's kind of a pain to work with. But what are you doing? Just unscrew this. Yeah. Okay, let's check this back here. Okay. All right. Any cam regrinds available for the 5-cylinder? Not that I'm aware of.
Not
Yet.
yet, but we will be working on that as soon
Yep.
as we see what kind of power this thing can make.
Yep, we're gonna run the factory cams. I'm a little wary of running the 5-cylinder at too high of an RPM just because of the inherent imbalances of the crankshaft. I don't want to get into a situation where the thing's just knocking main bearings out of it constantly. So, I'm I don't want to put so much cam in it that it makes it so peaky that you have to rev it. So I kind of want a broader power band with the thing. So it's kind of, I'm like, you know, in the situation where I don't want to put too much cam into it.
So what are you going to limit it to? Get to your point.
Like 7,500. That's
Okay.
what I'm thinking. Like, well, maybe 7,000. I don't know. I
So
got to
the thing
pick a
won't
number.
make any power, is what you're saying.
Oh, I don't make power. We just crank some boost to it, and it'll make some power. But I'm also interested to play with some. I actually want to put. Okay, so this car had a billet wheel 75 millimeter. Okay, we're gonna whiteboard this. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I need your help with this. Okay. So
Calvin,
I
Cameron.
need your help with this, Dad.
Oh, me?
Yeah. Okay. So compressor map. We have pressure ratio, delta P, and you have mass flow, right?
That's one way to do it, but yeah.
Okay. And then you have this compressor
Surge line.
map.
Oh, well,
And it has
draw the
these-
surge line first.
Okay. You draw the surge lines. I don't know what that is. I'm an E. I don't know what this is. Okay. So I do understand it well enough to be able to understand this. What happened? So with this car, we were running it, I think about here. We had an S475 with a billet wheel. So I think we were around this area. And then we made some modifications to the engine because we were seeing a particular intake air temperature coming out of the turbo. We were seeing 300, I think it was, or no, it was 275 degrees Fahrenheit. Then we changed the engine. No, it was 350. It was 350 out, coming out of the turbo. Okay. So then we changed some things on the engine and the turbo plumbing to make the whole situation flow more. And it made less boost, but went faster in the quarter. So our mass flow clearly went up, but our pressure ratio went down. So I think we went from here over to here.
No. We went faster, so we went over here.
Okay, I think it's over here because we were still seeing 350 degrees Fahrenheit coming out of the turbo. So we saw an extreme change in compressor efficiency because we had lower boost, but the same compressor outlet temps. But, so that is why we switched to the S480, was because I wanted to go to an 80 to be able to get a turbo that had efficiency islands that were more over this area. But with the 5-cylinder and stock cams, what I'm thinking is that the S475 might work better because it's going to have more pressure ratio and we're going for a little less mass flow. So it should be, well, it'll probably be about the same mass flow. Because this just barely got us into, or no, this one just barely got us into the 8s. So we're going to need the same amount of mass flow. So, you know, maybe these efficiency islands come over this way a little more. Maybe we can get back onto the map a little more. So I'm curious to play around with this because, you know, we went from here to way over here with the old turbo, which is why we switched to the 80. So I'm curious, leave a comment. Do you think the 75 that was on the car will work better with the 5-cylinder, or do you think we're still going to need the 80? So, what do you think?
I didn't realize this one stayed at the 350. I'd have to look at all the data.
Yeah.
But yeah, we definitely increased flow and reduced pressure, but thing made a whole lot more power.
Yep. This might be a little over some people's head, you know. I'm an electrical engineer by schooling, so I I barely grasp this. You know, Dad's done compressor engineering stuff his entire career, so he would definitely be the expert on this stuff more than me. But yeah. Yeah, ideally, when your pressure ratio goes down, you should see a decrease in compressor outlet temperature because, you know, that's how the natural gas laws work. If you're not increasing the pressure as much, you're not going to make as much temperature. And efficiency is when you say compressor efficiency, it is a percentage of the perfect change in pressure, you know, using the ideal gas laws.
PV over T
Yeah,
equals
PV
PV over
equals
T.
nRT. Yeah, there's a equation that says if you had 100% ideal compression of gas, it would go from this perfect scenario to this perfect scenario. And when you say compressor efficiency, there's always going to be losses. There's always going to be inefficiencies in the system. So, you know, the fact that we went from more boost to less boost and the same compressor outlet temperature, that tells me that compressor efficiency,
Yeah, you weren't on the island,
yes.
which engine did we change and the temperature dropped like 70 degrees?
Is that the Sunbird?
The Sunbird's very efficient,
Yeah.
but it's
I don't know. But
okay. Yeah, the Sunbird has the
making fun of us?
You want me to give a course?
Yeah, at some point we got to get the college professor over here and have him give a course on this. Of course,
Sunbird's got which turbos on it? It's the
it's the Bullseye.
thank you, Bullseye. The Bullseye turbo is very
Yeah,
efficient.
the Bullseye turbo. They make good stuff. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Oh, looks like we got a donation from Drag Drive Repeat. Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Hey, Mike. Thank you.
Doink. All right, so leave your comments down below. Tell me, maybe this makes no sense to you whatsoever. Maybe is the bigger turbo always better? All right, now we're gonna have Dad
Drag
go
Driver
off.
Repeat has donated $9.99 and says here's a few bucks for being awesome.
Thanks again, Drag Drive Repeat. Thanks, Mike. Okay, so now we're gonna have Dad go off and show you his new project, and I'm gonna get.
I thought you said go off.
Okay, well, you can go off, but all right.
All right,
turn my
you
mic
sure you
off.
want to show this? All right. This is a future drag and drive gasser. And last night I finished up that side of the firewall. The night before I did that. Last weekend did the transmission tunnel. Front suspension is basically done, except I got to final nut and bolt it and put the shocks on. I got to build the shock mounts for the back, but I wanted to get this part of it done and then get some paint on it before it rusts. So at some point I'll leave Calvin and get back working on this, and if I'm able to get this done, the goal is to have this at 6 Smokies in 44 days. So the engine's assembled, the transmission, we're working out the details for that. Big headaches that we got right now is to finish the rear suspension, which ladder bars are on. I got to get the shocks on it, and I need to put the spring floaters on it. So that's happening. And then the chromoly cage, look through the window. It's the chromoly cage. We finished that up last weekend. So we'll finish up the tin work, get all this stuff done, and then start mounting the front end. So we got a lot of work to do yet. A lot of work to do on this car. It's a 1948 Studebaker. We're putting a 50 Studebaker nose on it. Big block Chevy with a 8 HP transmission, Ford 9-inch, 370 gear, 33 spline, axles. That's one of the things we're waiting for. The Speedway brakes just arrived. It's amazing. Speedway has consistently come through for us. Ordered the brakes 2 days ago. They arrived yesterday, so it was the next day we had the brakes. And I ordered the axles before that, so it's funny to see how that all works out. But anybody who's familiar with the old Studebakers and familiar with our past history knows that we've had a bunch of Studebakers. My 54 Studebaker has set 18 land speed records. We had 60 Studebaker gasser on 2 Dragon drives in the past, 2013 and 14. Our first Dragon drive was 2011 with a Henry J. So Paula and I love the oddball older gassers, and folks who truly appreciate the gassers know it's one of the harder classes. The cars move around a lot. With them being so high in the air moves them around a lot. It's not like driving some of these modern muscle cars or anything that's set down low where the air doesn't move you around. You get out on the highway. I remember we were coming up through, I think it was Kansas or Oklahoma, and the winds were just blowing the cars around, and you get to the hotel and all the gasser guys are kind of tongue hanging out because they had been dealing with getting knocked around by the wind all day. And it was neat. We've had some incredible experiences, and one of our favorite things to do is the Dragon drives, and we love the gasser class. And we were in first place for 4 days in 2011 and ended up breaking down in Oklahoma with a $2 part going bad. It was a big frustration, but at the same time, it created some of the greatest memories that we've had on those events. And we've seen the highs and lows on Dragon drives. So we're looking for some opportunity here to relive some high moments. Yeah, I can do that. So
Somebody said that they had a pit ride in the Chicken Hawk.
Yep. Well, Ted Harbit has always been one of our big fans. I know Ted had been recently in very bad health, and he was the owner of the Chicken Hawk, and unfortunately that car got destroyed in a very, very bad accident years ago. And our heart goes out to Ted. Ted, I think he's probably 86 at this point, and I was always a huge fan of him. And this car will look very similar to his, except the color will be different. And Ted had turbos on his, and people always claim that turbos weren't part of the gasser scene, but absolutely are. The George Montgomery and his Mustang were a big part of that. There was which one of the honkers? I think one of the honkers had turbos, but turbos have been around in part of the gasser world. We're not putting that on. We're putting on headers, and this is a 502. I picked it up super cheap, and had my buddy put it together with other parts that I had accumulated. And I've always wanted to just have a nice grunty big block. And then we're developing this adapter kit to go from Chevrolet to the 8 HP. Getting some help from the Edelbrock Group. Good gravy, I can't speak today. And we have this converter that came in, And thank you, Shane. And so that'll go in. And Calvin's working on the adapters. Where'd the adapters go, Calvin? Yeah, the converter adapters. Over there, okay. Yeah, don't show too much of the mess. Looks like a small dump exploded here. Yeah, any one of them will be fine. So the converter ears will be adapted over, Cameron. The adapter ears get converted over. This is the converter bolts, and this is the flywheel bolt. And so we'll properly space that and adapt that. The valve covers are a Christmas present that Calvin had given me, and
Extend the cage bars into the engine.
I do not plan to at this time. We will consider that only if we see flex in it, but with a 4-inch section on the frame, I'm hoping that we do not have to. The headers actually fill this whole area, so it would be very difficult to tie it back to the cage and be able to get a full weld on it. What we did do is we tied the cage into the A-pillars, and that was a very big effort to make that happen. And then we've had to rebuild the doors so that the windows go up and down, the lock mechanisms work, the door handles all work, and the door goes shut super nice. And whoever had the car before, when they cut the car apart, the whole thing had gotten twisted to the point where the doors couldn't be opened unless you jacked the things up and force them to go closed. So it's been really neat to work on this project. The back window, those who haven't seen these before, it's a Starlight Coupe. They were very popular in the from 48 to 52. And then the trunk is absolutely cavernous. Excuse the mess. Windows were broken when we got it. Over here. We're going to try and patch that together. We'll get this all cleaned up, but this is all part of the work that we're doing to get it ready. We'll run the slicks back here, and all our tools. We'll put the clothes in the back. And the first year that we did drag and drive, we towed a trailer. And Henry J's, the early ones, did not have trunks. And that's what had us start building and ran the 60 Studebaker. And then things that we did in that we didn't like, which we're going to improve on this car. Gas tank will go under the floor. In that Studebaker, we had put it in the trunk, and thought we had enough room in the trunk to carry everything. And then we carried the back tires on basically a hitch type cargo carrier, and that really wasn't a great combination. It worked, and we got through it. We succeeded in accomplishing what we wanted to. Really, one of our best events that we've had. Really good time. Did that with a 496 big block. We sold that car. This car will get lettered very similarly to what we had on the 60. But gas tank underneath, battery over there, tires in the trunk, tools in the trunk, luggage behind the driver's seat. And the goal on this is to try and get it race weight down close to 2,900. That's going to be hard with the big block and the big transmission. But, that's our goal. We're trying to make it as light as possible. The cage is chrome moly. If you look at certain angles, you can see how we made the effort to get the down bars to match the angle in the back of the car. So, yes. So, hold on a second, Cameron. Grab this one. Oh, no. Of course. Have to make a big scene here. So, yeah. Fender well headers will, go here. And they're home. Whoa! Their home will be here. And so they have been made in a way that if you watch our Nova video, we talk about unequal length headers. The way this is set up is to operate through the range of 5,800 to 6,800. And the reason for doing that is 5 and 7 fire sequentially. And 5 discharges, and then 7 has to discharge. So what we do is we make the headers on equal length, but operate in a certain range. And this is 30, 32, 34, and 36 inches. And what that does is it'll clear up some of this exhaust soup that's in the collector by having this early and this a little bit later by 6 inches. And we're very anxious to get the Nova done and on the dyno. This one we won't have anything to compare it to, but the Nova will have some data that we'll be able to look at. And it was built similarly, but it has the LS LT firing order, so the headers look different than this set. On the LT, you have the last 4 firing order. Firing cylinders are 6, 5, 4, and 2. And on this, the 572, the last 3 that exhaust 6572, 57 being an issue, and on the even side it's 8 and 4. Well, the 8 being the leading cylinder will be the shortest, which makes the package easy, and 4 is the longest, which makes the package harder, versus this, the shortest is towards the back of the engine and the longest is this one. And you really can't tell that because they actually go in order front to back. So they're going into the collector in order, 1, 3, 5, and 7. On the even side, you have 2 cylinders that have to crisscross, 4 and 6. So the bundling over there looks different than this over here, both because of the length and because of the order in which they go into the collector. But we've always tried to do rotational timing on the collectors. Wonder if any other questions, Calvin? About what? We would love to race Finnegan. I have a feeling we're going to lack a whole lot of horsepower, but at some point in the future, we will build a gasser to chase him down. I have always enjoyed Finnegan and the energy that he brings to the whole gasser class. He's been working very hard to get his 55 Chevy to perform at the level that it does, and in the future, after I retire and we get to build the gasser that I would like to build for that competition, we'll definitely have to arrange an opportunity to line them up, because I think he'll enjoy what we've got, and I know everybody enjoys his blasphemy. So, yeah, that's certainly something we'd like to do in the future. Yes, the whole front end we were able to get fiberglass pieces for. The hood will be tilt. We have to figure out how we're going to close the hood. But the front end is going to be similar to how we built the fiberglass front end on Calvin's Studebaker, which Cameron's wearing one of those shirts. And the 60 Studebaker, the fiberglass front end could be taken off. We'll bolt it on and we'll bolt it down, but we'll make it so that the radiator can stay in place so that when we go to the dyno, we can remove it out of the way. The hood on this one will actually be hinged, which we did that on the 60 also, and that actually worked out a whole lot better to just pin the front and hinge it. Calvin's 62, it had been pinned on, but we made that hood just before a race that we went to in Florida. So when we put that together, it was specifically to cover the hole and get to the event, and we did, and it was that car we had created so many memories with, and it's very sad that that was stolen. We still are hopeful that someday we'll see it in the future, but if you recall from last week or the week before's video, Calvin put a t-shirt out there, Remember the Stooge, so you can certainly help support the channel by looking into the t-shirts that we have for sale. Any other questions, Fuzz? Oh, okay. Calvin's going to post a link to the shirts. I should have brought my phone. I could have seen if there were any questions. You ought to turn the camera around and point it at your shirt. Yep, down a little bit. There you go. Remember this, up a little bit. And down a little bit. There you go. Remember the Stooge. What's that? Ah, cool. Well, thanks for joining. Nope, it's going to be as is with paint. What I'm thinking about doing is leave the front end black and then leave the back end the current color that it is and put lettering on it, but have lettering that is mismatched from front to back, so it looks like the front end came off a different car. I've wanted to do that for a long, long time, and this car probably makes the most sense to do that on, because matching up this paint and this level of wear and tear would be very difficult, and having the front end nicer than this will be very difficult. So I've always wanted to do that where it looks like a car that's in the middle of being run over the course of time, and maybe have some of the lettering end at the bolt line, the parting line between the fender and the cowl, and maybe have a slight offset in some of the, have what looks like, if you remember our 60 Studebaker, we had hand painted headers by Nelson. What were some of the STP? There was a couple of things painted on, but having it partially on one but different on the back, I just think that would be a real neat configuration that would pull attention the right way of a car in progress. And but we're not going to do anything psychedelic on this thing. I loved some of the paint jobs of the cars in the latter part of the Gasser era, but in trying to make this look like a 65, 66 vintage car. You know, the finned valve covers are part of that. The orange paint. There's not. These are going to get painted white, even though they're stainless and aluminized. We're going to paint them white and try and make everything under the hood look era correct. And then what's not going to be era correct is we're going to put very comfortable seats in. We did that. We had plastic buckets in the Henry J back in 2011. And then in 2013 and 14, we had regular car seats, and it was so much more enjoyable, even though the seats didn't look right because it was an older car. At the end of the trip, at the end of 1,100 miles, 1,200 miles, that was a long one. We were far more comfortable and refreshed when we got to, was that Topeka I think we ended up in? It was somewhere in Oklahoma we ended. And no, Topeka was 2011. Yeah, that was 2011. So 2014. Oh yeah, 2014 was in Oklahoma. We started and finished in Oklahoma. That was a long ride, and having the comfortable seats was more important. We can always put more vintage style seating in the thing after the drag and drive, but for anybody who hasn't done a drag and drive, you definitely want to be comfortable, because 1,000 miles in something that's uncomfortable is a long ride. Any other questions, Calvin? Nope. No wrap on my crap. This is it's gonna go as is. We're gonna do some hand lettering on the car. We'll put the pack performance and a couple of the touches, detailed touches that we did with the 60. You know, but the only thing modern on this car will be the transmission controller, the windshield wipers, a few details like that, and everything else is going to be vintage and nostalgic. So that's something that I really want, because I want to be able to do some local racing in the next few years, and then I want to start going up to different tracks across the country. You know, I've been wanting to get up to Spencer Speedway, that drag strip up there. I used to go there as a kid, just, you know, passing by. I never got a chance to go in there, but a lot of these tracks are closing up, and we really got to put an effort towards supporting our local tracks, because they are having to deal with increased costs without the volume of participants that they've been able to have in the 80s and early 90s, and it's putting a strain on them. We're watching tracks disappear all the time. So one of my goals with this car is to be able to start participating in more nostalgic events, and I'm excited about that opportunity. I miss racing terribly, and we haven't been able to do that a lot in the last few years with all the effort to try and build out the YouTube channel. The focus has to be on building the content, and you know, I'm a little over a year away from being able to retire, and once I do, I want to be able to throw a car in the trailer and take off and go somewhere, and Paula and I'll, you know, go do a B&B and hit a little podunk racetrack and give Calvin a break from having to put up with us. So it's cars are a very enjoyable thing to have as part of our lives, and you know, I'm of the age where the car culture was a big part of our lives, and racing was a huge part of my life, my whole life. I started racing back in 70. Well, the first time I went to a drag strip was 78, and the first time I made a pass down the drag strip was 79. And then, yeah, it's been a big part of my life, and I'm very close to retiring and look forward to being able to participate more. We want to get the Mustang out on the track. We want to get this out on the track and get the Nova done. So, yeah, good times ahead. Good times ahead. So, any other questions, Calvin? Not on this one. The next one is either going to get an 871 or a tunnel ram. And then the for anybody who's followed the 54 Studebaker build, that car was built. I had originally built that car around 2006, 7, 8, and land speed raced the car, set 18 land speed records with the car, but knew if I wanted to go and do what I wanted to do, land speed racing, I was going to need a different car. So probably 2 years ago, we pulled it out of the barn, put a 350 in it, pulled the 4-speed out, and put an automatic in it. And that car was actually what we took to Sikeston, Missouri 2 years ago after my crash in Georgia. It was the first opportunity for us to go racing where I could actually drive the race car, and ran that car there, lost in the finals to Dallas in the small tire class, did very good in the bracket class, all things considered, being that it was the first time to be in a car after the crash in Georgia. So the goal for that car is to put a tunnel ram on. I have a 296-inch small block with a Jericho 4-speed, and that car is going to be used in some more authentic nostalgia type events. This car, we're going to keep the single 4-barrel on it, keep it simple, and you know, we're not going to have the Finnegan horsepower, but we'll be able to have a good time. And the future gasser is going to be, going back to the original question, the original car, or the original, I'm getting tongue-tied. The ultimate goal of that car will be to compete with the fastest of the fast cars in the A class. So that'll get either an 871 or a tunnel ram, super high RPM, big block. We'll probably stay in B, but want to be able to run some very serious numbers. I've already got the car. Those who are members have already seen that car. And we'll expand upon that in the future. It's going to be a very, very, very close to accurate car from the 65 race season. But we will most likely put a big block Chevy in it. I thought I was going to put an FE in it, but in talking to my buddy and what we want to do with that car, it really just makes sense to do a big inch, big block, and try and get those parts put together for that. So, you know, that's super exciting to have that to look forward to. That will be a drag and drive car. That will be a very competitive car. And I'm super excited about that in the future. As far as the land speed effort goes, and going back to the how many projects do you have question, we've got a 87 Camaro that we're going to be working on. You're actually going to see that in the videos in the very near future. The engine's almost done. We're going to run D-Class, gas coupe. It'll be blown, and the engine will be capable of 1,000 horsepower, but we'll keep it down probably around, we'll probably run that around the 850 horsepower level. obviously, targeting 200 mile an hour and 200 mile an hour records is the primary goal with that car. All that being said, we are trying to figure out what our balance is going to be for events for the 26 season, knowing that we want to do the land speed stuff. We want to look at, sick on the green, potentially sick at the rock. I want to get to the Tri-5 Nationals. Calvin's got his Tri-5. I've got my Tri-5. And then we'd like to get back to LS Fest with the Nova. But the Dragon drives are the most rewarding, and land speed is the most rewarding. So we've got to find our new balance as the channel continues to grow. It opens more doors for us as I approach retirement. That's going to change my schedule. I'll be able to start participating in activities more regularly. And, that's very exciting to be in this point in life that we can do things as a family, travel, and share these stories with you. Any other questions? Well, we don't have a size other than build the biggest thing you possibly can. And whatever you do, make sure it's at least 30 feet deep. And that comes with the pain of having one shop that's 29 feet, one that's 25, and one that's 27. Every one of them needs an additional foot, 2 or 3 or 5. But things to consider: if you're in the north, make sure you put the water tubing in the floor so that you can heat the floor. What a difference that makes. And that said, build the biggest shop you possibly can. You cannot go wrong. For us, this building is 105 years old. It's built out of an old corn crib barn. The shop that we built was built when there was a very significant restriction on the footage that we could build. And since then, the local ordinances have changed, and we've been able to add a little bit. And 1,500 feet would be something that would be fantastic, but a 30 by 40 is certainly a very good size. A lot of guys around here, that's the size they go to. I would recommend, more of a 30 by 50. But build the biggest thing you can. The cost is going to be painful up front, but you get to enjoy the fruit of that from that day forward. So bite the bullet early, bite the bullet as soon as you possibly can, and then enjoy the fruit afterwards, because it makes a big difference. Just having an additional 400 square feet has made a radical improvement in our productivity. And once we get everything sorted out, we're hoping to have 4 or 5 bays constantly moving stuff through, because you can't build these projects straight through. And by having an opportunity to move from car to car to car, you actually pick up a lot of efficiency, because you either run out of parts, you run out of money, you run out of time to do certain phases. And as you can build them out over time, the YouTube world looks at that stuff and it's instant to them. But for us, like, this car has been almost 2 years in the process of being built, and now we're down to a rush point. And the Nova, and when you see it again, it'll be very different. The Future will be very different. And our efforts to try and grow the channel have been very deliberate, but we know that it has to have content that will keep the viewers engaged in order to keep the algorithm happy. And everybody talks about the algorithm. it's very difficult to maintain the consistent, regular output and be able to uh, not injure yourself financially trying to keep up with the weekly content. And that's where having multiple projects actually helps. We've run into a major stumbling point on the North Star, which Calvin has finally come to a solution on how to fix the problem. And by the time he shows that on the by the time he shares that on a video, you'll be thinking that it took a short amount of time, but in reality, it will have taken 3 weeks just to come up with a resolution. So when you see us bouncing around, recognize that there is something that may be driving the delay that has come in between the different episodes where the cars and the projects are shared with you. Any other comments, Calvin? Never. If we do another Volvo, it would be more of a modern one. We would never consider doing a 544. The aero lift on that thing in the back end was something that when we made it to sick week, there was, I'm going to say in excess of 20 people, and I don't want to say 40, but it was a very significant number of people came up to us and warned us about the fact that those things are not stable at high speed. And when the car broke the engine came apart, and the chunk of the block went through the back tire, that car got out of control very fast. And when you contribute, high speed, oil, lost a tire, and bad aero package, that was an extremely that was just an extreme situation. And the injuries to my body I'll live with the rest of my life, and it's not going to scare me from racing anymore. But what has happened is I have this daily reminder of we need to be better at picking out what our packages are going to be. And when you look at this, it's not a very good aerodynamic car, but it's primarily going to be used for 8th mile and not see the speeds that are the extremes that you would. The next gasser that we build will be for 1/4 mile performance, and it will be able to run 160, 170 miles an hour without being concerned about the lift and if an engine failed, it going out of control. The Volvo, the wheel track was extremely narrow. The center of gravity was very high, the aero package was very ugly, and the wheelbase was very short. So as soon as something went wrong, even though I've had 40 years of racing under my belt, when that thing broke the engine and came apart, there was no saving it. And that's something that will be part of our thought process on every car that we build in the future. How would this car handle with an upset condition? That Volvo and another Volvo, short of building something that would be much lower in performance, is not a good candidate. And quite frankly, that itch has been scratched. I really have no desire to build something like that again. Any other questions? Cameron. Okay. I've probably bored them all to sleep. The view count probably went down to 4. All right, guys. Let's switch back over.
All right. Back on the 5. Alright, so while Dad was giving you a tour of his project, I got the bell housing bolts out, I got the torque converter bolts out. Now I'm working on the engine mount bolts. And then I'm going to unhook the ground cable and the thermostat housing.
Yeah, probably ought to turn this off.
And I think that is it. Then the engine can come out. So, yeah. Yeah.
Did we lose the crowd?
I think
228. Well, I hope they enjoyed it. We got a lot going on.
I'm sure they're just off getting lunch. What time it is? So I guess probably now is a good time to tell people what this video is about. If you guys go watch our most recent video, you will have seen that we are going to do a 5-cylinder swap into this car. We currently have, or up until a few hours from now, we are going to have a Vortec 4200 under the hood. And the goal is to put a Vortec 3500 under the hood. And that will, that is the younger brother of the 4200. So, the reason for that is we want to make cool 5-cylinder noises. So, we are also hoping to create a little bit more room under the hood to make this easier to work on. If you guys have been on the live stream for a while now, you know I've been complaining about how hard it is to get into certain spots, and hopefully we can improve that a little bit by reducing the length of the engine and also redesigning the exhaust and intake manifolds to give us a little more room.
Did you get all the converter bolts out?
Mhm.
Oh wow, you've been busy. That or I babbled for way too long.
All right.
All right. Well, if you two are working on this, do you want me to? I can jump over onto the Studebaker.
Yeah.
I don't want to leave you hanging.
Yeah, that's fine.
I got a lot of work to do. I'm in a car.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be next door until you're ready to pull it. And then call me over. Don't forget to get the angle measurement.
Yeah, I'm gonna jack it up first for that.
Cool.
All right.
All right. I'm going to work on fabricating pieces, so.
Somebody says they have found out racing a VW Beetle. Okay. There were some scary quarter-mile videos. The rear wheel of some guys with swing axles were towed in a lot at the bottom.
Yep.
They were up several inches in the rear because of aerodynamic lift.
Yeah, our Volkswagen, well, Volkswagens with fenders on them will have over 500 pounds of tail lift at 120 miles an hour. Our Bug didn't have fenders on it. We had Bugzilla. That's the car that we raced Mike Finnegan with and beat General Mayhem. in Norwalk. Oh my gosh, when was that? What year was that? 2017?
Ish, yeah.
Yeah. We got a video. Look that up there. And um, that car on the top end, above 130 miles an hour, that car starts to move around even without the fenders. So I can only imagine how challenging it is to run one with fenders at that speed. I would not recommend running a Volkswagen high speed without a wing. Similar to what I said earlier, we had a lot of people come up to us and talk about, we really need to put a wing on the Volvo. I recommend the same thing for the Volkswagen. Having driven one at well over 130, they are very uncomfortable at speed.
Yeah, I was planning to put a wing on the car, but we never got to it.
Yeah, we just
It was
ran out
on
of
the
time.
list
Yep.
before we left, and we took it off the list because we didn't have time.
Yep.
All right. Are the motor mounts the same as the 6 and 5? No, they are not. As
No,
Nate
definitely
said
not.
in the comments, the motor mount on the 5-cylinder, you got to get around the casting bits that are put in there for the balance shafts. It has to bridge over top of that junk. So, fortunately, we can't just mill off that whole part of the block like I would love to, but you know. Okay. Thinking of the same swap into my 1992 Lincoln Mark 7. Would need an adapter to my AOD. Okay, very cool.
That's cool. You need this?
Yeah, I don't have a phone,
Okay.
so
All right.
unless you can use. Do you have your other phone?
It's in the house.
Okay. Well, maybe we could get that.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So now I gotta unhook the water pump and the ground cable before I forget again. And we gotta jack this thing up. And yeah, this is gonna make a mess. Burp. Don't you just love making a mess? It's so fun. No, it's not. I mean, it's fun while you make the mess, but cleaning it up, not so fun. Burp. Worm clamp. Am I just sticking my butt right in the camera? Probably. All right. My son raced the Hyperbug, huge spoiler, no deck lid, 1641cc. Wow, that's cool. It ran 620s at 116 in the 8th. That's awesome. That sounds like a fun ride, but yeah, wouldn't go too fast in that one. There's some guys going pretty fast, but short wheelbase and all that stuff, it's no fun. No bueno. That is one of the reasons that I chose a 4th gen Camaro. Because they have downforce in the rear from the factory, which is cool. All right, so where'd my 10? I lost my 10mm again. Here we go. Here we go. Did I put it on the belt? I probably. Nope, that's not it. Oh, I put it away. See? See, I keep doing this to myself. I keep putting tools away and then losing them. And I don't have room. And maybe someday, Cameron, maybe someday we'll have switchers that go into switchers. Now we'll have a switcher that goes into another switcher. You'll be able to do nested switcher loops. Okay, I'm making this. So, I get to show you how I modify the thermostat housings in a second here. All right. Close, guys. We're close. Come on. There you go. Maybe. Okay, maybe not. Yep. Big old mess. Uh-huh. Alright, here is how I modify the thermostat housings. I delete the thermostat, and you put this little block-off plate here in, because without this block-off plate, it would literally just bypass coolant and not send it through the engine and back up through the head, and it wouldn't cool the engine. So by putting this little block-off plate here, you block off the bypass. And yeah, that's how we modify the thermostats. I don't really like running thermostats just because they're usually a restriction, and a lot of times you can't get a high temperature or a lower temperature thermostat and regulate to a lower temperature because, you know, I like to run lower temp thermostats. All right, I gotta clean up my mess. Yeah, basically I treat the water pump like a thermostat because instead of having a valve in the system that restricts flow based on coolant temperature, I have a pump that just doesn't flow water until a certain temp. Make sense? I'd rather have complete control of the system rather than having a stupid valve that can get stuck, or doesn't open when you want it to, or do dumb stuff like that. But we're all entitled to our own opinions. Making a mess. Making a mess. You want to? Go for it. Yeah, well, maybe you should do it after we have the engine out. Because we're getting close to pulling the engine. So. Yeah, because I'm sure that'll take a fair amount of time. I mean, how long do you think it's going to take? Oh, well then, go ahead. All right. Cameron, my brother, is going to give you a course on compressor efficiency. He's going to do it with the whiteboard.
Yes, I'm
An
gonna
engineer's best friend.
yeah,
Whiteboard.
I'm gonna switch the camera over. Oh yeah, that's good. Now you can keep going. That's okay. That works. Yeah, upside down.
All right. You can lock these in so it doesn't move around as much.
Okay. Where am I? Here? Hello. I'm going to give a quick impromptu course on compressor efficiency. So, as you're all familiar, I'm going to move myself over actually. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. So I just happen to have a mechanical engineering degree, so I know a little bit about it. But yeah, here the compressor map, the delta P versus the volume flow rate. Hopefully this is easy enough to see. Zoom in. How about that?
Have a turbo, which is... Alright, let's start off a little more basic. You have a turbo, which is a compressor, and it takes air at a low pressure and takes it to a high pressure. So this spinning thing sucks in air that's at atmospheric pressure and discharges it at a higher pressure. So when you say delta P, that is the difference in pressure, or the P2 divided by, it's divided by, right?
Minus.
Okay,
if it's
minus.
delta.
Yeah, so delta P would be minus the pressure that you started with. So we start with usually around 14.7, depends where you are in the country, or if you're on top of a mountain, and what the weather's doing.
Yeah.
But you're increasing the pressure. That is what delta P is. And volume flow rate, that is usually measured in CFM or something like that, cubic feet per minute, is volume per measure of time, right?
Yes.
Yes. So that is volume flow rate.
Okay, here.
That's what these fancy symbols mean. Delta P, change in pressure,
Yeah.
volume flow rate, cubic feet per minute, or whatever unit you want to use.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna happen to use delta P here for simplicity, even though a lot of the compressor maps will be in pressure ratio. So of course you have your surge line, and then you have certain efficiency islands on here. So you got your high efficiency spot somewhere in the middle, and then you have lower efficiencies as you move away from that. And what compressor efficiency actually means, and I'm going to draw a different plot here. This is just, we'll say this is pressure, and we'll say this is temperature. And for air, that's an ideal gas. We can draw some isotherms, for example, which just mean constant temperature. And isotherms, we're just going to say run like this. There's our isotherms. And then we have our isentropic lines. Do you have another color?
Yeah, there's lots of colors. All
Oh,
kinds of
there they
colors.
are. Yay! So here's some isentropic lines like this, and they run at an angle.
What does isentropic mean?
It means constant entropy.
What does entropy mean?
It means, like, if you have an ideal process that is reversible and there's no heat exchange, then you follow a constant entropy line. What it basically means is there's no losses in the process. So when you're looking over at this map, this will say you could get up to, like 60% efficiency, for example. but if you have an isentropic process, it will be 100% efficiency. And that means you would follow an isentropic line.
Tropic situation.
Well, it's your kind of best case scenario for a compressor. Let's just say it's that. Okay? So, if this were 100%, you'd be following one of these lines. So let's put our starting point on here as temperature inlet of the air at some pressure of the air. Sure. So you got your temperature outside and you got your atmospheric pressure, and if you have a 100% efficient process, you're going to follow the isentropic line. As you increase pressure, that will also at the same time increase temperature, and it's still, of course, isentropic. So the definition for the equation specifically for an isentropic, the isentropic efficiency of a compressor is, what they normally do is they write it in terms of enthalpies, but in this case I'm going to do it in terms of temperatures instead, just to simplify it a little bit more. So you have T2 isentropic minus T1 over T2 actual minus T1, right? So if you have a perfect 100% isentropic process, you're going to end up over here. But as you decrease in efficiency, it's going to go this direction. And you can kind of tell here that it's inverse. It's an inverse relationship. So maybe 80% efficient is here, and then 60% is there, and then you keep going. Who knows? Maybe 40% is over here or something. Efficiency at the given pressure you're going to. So you actually can draw on this plot some lines at different efficiencies. So I can have my 80% efficiency line like this. Here's my 100%, and then I could have my 60% efficiency line like this, and my 40% efficiency line like that. Okay, and hopefully that's not too complicated, but you start to see the situation here between temperature and pressure at different efficiencies. So we'll say 100%, 80%, 60%, 40%. So now, what makes this really interesting is if you're at a given pressure increase over here, and you vary that volume flow rate, as long as you stay at that same pressure, you're just moving your efficiency, you know, from, let's say over here is 60%, and then it goes up to 80%, and then maybe it goes back down to 60%. What that means is in that situation, you're going to see, as you increase the volume flow rate at that same pressure increase, is you're going to watch that the temperature appears to, it's higher because it's lower efficiency, and then it drops in temperature because you go to higher efficiency, and then it will turn around and go back, and it will increase again as you work your way this direction. Okay? I'm not looking at the comments. Anyone have to think? Okay, great. Now, what makes this a little bit more confusing, I guess, is what happens when you increase pressure. Well, as you can see from the 100% efficiency line, naturally, as you increase pressure, you're also going to increase temperature. So even though your temperature, it looks like your temperature will go up a lot, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're running at a poorer efficiency. The big contribution here is the fact that the pressure went up, and then you have to yeah, see where it all works out. So if my let's say my 1 second. There we go. I'm going to draw a different compressor map on here. Let's draw the compressor map up here, for example. There we go. And this is just kind of a rough idea of it. But anyway, let's say that down here you were running at some flow rate and some increase in pressure. Actually, I guess really an engine, you really want you want to run your full mass flow rate, and then it's just a matter of, or how does that work, Calvin? Like if you change your boost level, how does a higher boost automatically mean you're pulling more flow?
Usually, I mean, sometimes you'll hit a wall. You'll hit the speed of sound and everything.
Okay, well then let's do that.
They correlate.
Yeah.
You might have more of one and less of the other, but in general, if you put more pressure to it, it flows more.
Yeah. Okay, so let's pretend we're down here and we're really in a bad location on the compressor map.
I'll tell you situations where I've encountered that it has not been.
Okay.
Yes. Continue.
Okay. So let's say you're in a bad location on the compressor map and your efficiency is, I don't know.
The example that I was talking about earlier, could you use that as part of this explanation?
I'm not sure. I'm going to change these efficiencies. It's
Changed, we had
the idea that you're going to get 80% efficiency on a compressor is kind of maybe unrealistic. Let's do 50 and 40. There we go. 60, 50, and 40. There we go. So let's say you're down here on the map and you're running at 40% efficiency. Well, then looking at this line, you're actually going to end up over here. Let's make like a giant, let's make a diamond or something. There we go. There's a diamond. So you're here and you're in a bad spot on your compressor. You're running a super big compressor for where you're running. And when you look over here at 40% efficiency.
Yes.
Yes, Dad's a mechanical, Calvin's an electrical, I'm a mechanical, I specialized in heat transfer and thermo and stuff like that. So anyway, what it might look like, and this is greatly exaggerated, but if you're, let's say, at 40% efficiency on the map here, and you look across at your thermodynamic diagram, maybe you're running an outlet temperature of this really high outlet temperature as a result, because you're just in the wrong spot on the map. But if you then increase your boost and you increase your volume flow rate having to go into the engine, maybe you end up over here and you're in the right spot on your map and you're running 60% efficiency. Well, that would look like you're running here. And I don't know if this actually happens in practice, but you can kind of. Have you ever seen you increase boost and your temperature, air temperature goes down a little bit, or it doesn't change much?
I've never seen a scenario like that, but I'm sure
Okay. Well, this is greatly exaggerated, but what I'm just trying to illustrate is that temperature does not, when you're looking at different pressures, the temperature ranges you're looking at are completely different. So you just can't equate based on temperature. You actually have to look at the isentropic increase in temperature compared to the actual increase in temperature. So just drawing a line here, this distance here to here is the isentropic change in temperature, sure, right? But then this distance from here over to here is the actual change in temperature, right? So anyway, just a quick illustration on that. Okay.
Done, or you
I guess.
go through the scenario that I described?
What was your scenario?
Okay, so I have turbo, and I'm running at pressure ratio of 30 psi, or pressure delta. I'm running at a delta P of 30 psi.
Yeah.
And I have 350-degree outlet temp.
Oh my goodness.
And then I make a bunch of mods to the engine, and it goes faster in the quarter mile. So the volume flow rate went up. And my boost
Okay.
went down to 23 or 24. Call it 24 psi.
Sure.
And it still was 350 outlet temp.
Oh.
So calculate compressor efficiency. Because did you tell them like about the islands and what they mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think. Hopefully.
Okay.
Well, one of the problems here is, where are we at? There we go. One of the problems here is I'd have to start digging out the equations or the lookup tables or whatnot, and then start running through the scenario. However, I'm going to give a big caveat to all of this, because sometimes you can see some really strange stuff happening with temperature. This T2, to get this true isentropic temperature, this T2 has to be at steady state and no heat losses, let's say. No heat losses. Right? Because there's a situation where, go back over here. Let's say your true efficiency is 60%, and this is where the temperature should be if you were at steady state and there's no heat losses. However, the fact that that air gets so much hotter, it can actually exchange heat with your components, like the aluminum piping and the aluminum housing. It can actually, that can suck heat away from the air. And so what you may actually measure is over here. And it may look like it is 80% or 90% or 100% or who knows what, some crazy efficiency. But what's really happening to your air is there's heat getting sucked out of it, and you're not actually at steady state. So while it would be nice to take a direct measurement of T2 and say this is my efficiency, there's a couple caveats here, just to remember. So I'm not going to run through this at the moment, but that's
Okay, so take my numbers, and then when the volume flow rate becomes 5/6, and make a prediction.
Maybe I'll sit down and do that another time.
Okay.
All right, this is just the intro. Hopefully,
There will be homework.
hopefully some of this makes sense. I guess.
Pop quiz on Wednesday.
Okay. We will. I don't know. Wait, what happened?
I needed to get the crane out.
Ah.
Not quite.
There we go. We're gonna do a switch here. Whoa. And then we're gonna get rid of the whiteboard.
Okay, we can pop these back up. Make it easier to move. Pull them up. These are locked. Uh-huh. Yeah, you can answer questions. And magically, the car is jacked up. And I'm almost ready to pull the engine. All right, so I have the transmission supported. I have chain on the engine. I'm gonna get a longer bolt. All right, bring it in close real quick. I want to show them something. Yes, I just wanted to charge it while it was not being used. All right. Okay. The two common questions that we get on occasion are, how the heck do you lift these engines? And there's not a great answer to that. Pretty much your only good points to grab these engines on the head is up in this corner where the alternator mounts up in the original location, and there's one bolt on the back of the head. It's on the passenger side. That is pretty much your only option. Another question we get a lot of times is people who want to put one of these engines in a Fox body. They always ask me, what do your engine mounts look like? So I figured this would be a great opportunity to show you what the engine mounts look like. This K-member, I believe, is set up for a 4.6 liter modular engine in a Fox body chassis, obviously. So if you want to show them the engine mounts, this would be a great opportunity to do that. Yep, just show them what they look like. Yeah, those balance shafts are junk. They are for NVH. Noise, vibration, and harshness. And we don't care about any of that. Let the engine shake. I could probably shorten that up a little. All right, let's make that a little shorter. Yeah, let's get it pretty tight. If I don't, I'm gonna run out of rope. Eh. You know what? Forget that bolt. I don't like him anyways. All right. All right, here we go. Engine verticus. Enginus verticus. Okay. Use the force or something like that. Yeah. All right, let me get a pry bar so I can separate the bell housing. Bah. Bar. Excuse me, sir. Doink. All right, what's everybody having for lunch? Nate always has good stuff. I want to know what Nate's having for lunch. All right. Oh, Enginus opicus. Oh, got to unhook the ground cable. Come on, guys. Can't believe myself. Burp. Sweet. Okay. All right, going up. Excuse me. Yeah, it's caught. All right. Whoa. Whoa. Thank you. Boop, 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 boop. Mm-hmm. All right. There we go. Oh, my torque converter's rusty. Hold it that way. Right. There we go. All right. Somebody tell me the time. That's live stream time. 1:45. That's how long it took us? Oh, no. That's talking about how long into the live stream we are. I don't know. I haven't been looking at it. Okay. Coming down. Yep. Looks good. All right, out with the old. And it's dumping coolant. All right. Just when you thought you got it all out, there's more. Okay, go for it. Okay, well, that should be able to do that in a couple minutes. Okay, so where am I going to put this thing? Brr. Okay, where the heck am I going to put this thing? Running out of space. Okay. Yeah, so let's move this. Sure, this is really entertaining to watch. Sure, a lot of you are laughing at me. Okay. Put this here. Move this junk. All right, what are people having for lunch? No, I have to manually do that. So, and I can't hear it anyways. But what did they say? I'll get it. Okay, I'll get it. Thank you for donating. I appreciate it. It's apologize, I've been away from the screen for a little bit. Okay, let's do that first. Okay.
It showed up on.
Did it? Okay. Oop. This one?
No, it was something about getting.
Okay. Well, if somebody donated, thank you. I don't see it. But thank you to everybody that is donating. That's very nice of you. And it will definitely help us. Oh, that could have been Nate. That was probably Nate. Yeah, that was probably Nate. Hi, Nate. This can go up here. Don't you just love engine cranes? They're the worst. I hate them. They're the best, worst thing ever. They're so useful, but sometimes trying to make it go somewhere and it has a mind of its own. Hashtag relatable, right? I'm a real Instagram star now. Oh boy. Okay, we're dumping coolant again. Yay. Okay. So this can get shimmied out of the way once the crane's out of the way. Okay. How we doing, guys? Yeah, relax. Getting close to 5-cylinder time, guys. Getting close. Okay. All right, I'm gonna leave this out. put the 5-cylinder in. That piece that I made over here, I don't know. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. That'll work. All right. Cool. All right. You want to answer your question? Uh-huh. Okay, what did they ask? Followed by the answer. One second. Aha. Okay. We're just gonna zoom this into here a little bit. There we go. All right. So I gotta clean this thing up a tiny bit because there's a lot of lines on it. Okay, someone had asked about the ideal gas law and the associated equations here. So here's what it looks like. Where's the markers? There they are. Okay. So our pressures across are of course across horizontally. Our isotherms, of course, are vertical. And then I think what someone was actually asking about was the isochoric lines, which means constant volume. So isochoric lines kind of run like this. So isochoric, which just means constant volume or constant density. And so what you'll notice here is any point you have in any location on this plot is going to be strongly related to the ideal gas law, which essentially says that your pressure times by your specific volume is proportional to your temperature. You can also see this in other forms like pressure times volume equals nRT, or you can see it other ways like pressure times volume is equal to just R specific times T. But in essence, what it means is, I'm just going to modify this one here.
what it means is that there is a relationship between pressure, density, and temperature, which is essentially this, right? And these things are all proportional to each other, so there's just some constant associated here for air. So anywhere I go on this plot, I could go here, I could go up here, I could go over here, I could go anywhere on here, I could go over here. And as long as the air is acting as an ideal gas, it's going to follow this relationship between pressure, density, and temperature. Actually, here's another way to write it. Maybe this is clearer. Pressure is proportional to density times temperature. There we go. There, then we don't have to deal with division. Okay. There we go. All right. So what does it mean? It means if you have a constant volume or constant density process and you increase pressure or increase temperature, you're also going to increase pressure, for example. Or if you have an isothermal process and you're going up, when you increase pressure, your density also increases, more dense, which is actually the goal with a compressor is to increase the density of the air, so you have more air. Okay, so that's the ideal gas law, and that can get you anywhere you wish on this plot, anywhere. Okay? But the question I think really is what's the relationship between pressure and temperature along specifically the isentropic line? There we go. Here's our isentropic line. We need a relationship specifically for that line so we know the what the change in temperature that happens by the increase in pressure. Okay. Thing keeps moving. Okay, so if you're just moving along this isentropic line, you actually have a pressure ratio and temperature ratio kind of relationship. And what that is that your P2 over P1 is going to be equal to, essentially your pressure ratio that results is going to be equal to the temperature ratio, T2. Did I get that right? Yeah, it looks right. T2 over T1 times by some, put parentheses on this, times by some exponent here. In this case, they're saying gamma over gamma minus 1, which, if I'm doing this correctly for air, gamma happens to be 1.4, which is the specific heat ratio. And so if you plug that into this formula here, does that make sense? Something looks a little funny. Or no, it looks fine. Okay. Anyway, it's 1.4 divided by 0.4. So to get this thing, what is that? Calculator, 1.4 divided by 0.4, it's 3.5. If I did this correctly. Pretty sure this is 3.5, hopefully. There we go. Now, if you want to make this a little bit more usable, really what you want to do is move this thing over here. So you want to know for a given pressure increase, what is the isentropic? So I should really put an S on here. The isentropic T2S, which is up here. Okay, so we just got to divide by 3.5, which is 0.29, or 285. 286. Sure. All right. And that is the relationship. And if you want to rearrange it even more, you can take T1 from underneath and throw it under here. There we go. Now, another tricky thing about all this, which at first you might say, I'm just going to plug in Fahrenheits here and get the right answer. And it's like, no, you're not. So all of these temperatures and pressures here are absolute. We'll put here absolute. Absolute. So absolute temperature and absolute pressure, which means for this equation and this equation, and this equation, okay, your pressure must be your boost pressure. Your absolute pressure is your boost pressure plus what, 14.696 psi, which is atmospheric pressure. So you, very importantly, in order to use either of these equations, you got to remember to add to your boost pressure atmospheric pressure to get your absolute pressure. And same thing on the temperature. The temperature has to be the temperature you measure. We'll put absolute here. Plus 459.67 degrees Fahrenheit. Sure. Something like that. And this is supposed to be a parenthesis. All right. So there you go. Your absolute pressure is boost pressure plus atmospheric pressure. Your absolute temperature, or something like that, is your temperature plus 459.67 degrees F or degrees R, or whatever you like. And then you could, these relationships here can be used properly. Otherwise, you get the wrong answer. Otherwise, you go to zero Fahrenheit, and all of a sudden, these things blow up. And that doesn't make any sense. Or you go to zero boost, and these things blow up as well. So it has to be absolute. All right. Let's just do a quick Google search here and double check that I wrote down the right equation. If it can show me. I think I did. All right, well, we'll leave it at that. And if there's any error in this, it's probably there. Otherwise, the kind of, you can get the idea of the relationship. All right.
Card top?
Sure.
Just got a question for Dad.
Just go to 4. Okay, from earlier when I was talking about the temperature and pressure situation, you can either use English units or you can use SI units. If it's in English units, then you end up at PSIA for pressure, and you end up with degrees Rankine for temperature. If you happen to be using metric or SI units, you end up with pascals or kilopascals or whatever you like. Or if it's temperature, then you're in Kelvin. Okay, very good. I just gave the English version. Okay. I'm not sure if you want to look at the comments or whatnot.
Okay. Need money for parts. We always need money for parts. It has a okay. Yeah, guys. Okay. Oh, 7K and a vet pissed some people off. Huh, no doubt. Fun when the engine swap becomes a physics class. Oh boy. All right. Anybody have questions or things they want to know about on our projects while we wait for Calvin? Engine goes. That is correct, Mad Mike. Delinquents. Somebody has elevated himself to a delinquent. He gave himself a lot of credit. I mean, I'm trying to be funny.
Okay.
All right.
I gotta go find another engine mount because I can't find the other one.
Oh, I thought you were gonna make new ones.
I was thinking about using the original ones.
Oh,
'Cause
you want to rubber mount it?
that's what I'm thinking. That way it doesn't leak.
Gotcha.
That's, use the original mounts.
Okay. Did you check to see if the flywheel fits the torque converter? Okay.
Working through it.
Okay.
Alright, we're gonna do a lunch break.
Yeah, I was thinking about, so,
What do you want to do for lunch?
I don't know.
Come back in an hour? Run over
Yeah.
to Marcelo's?
We'll figure something. All right, we're gonna take a short break. We're gonna go get some lunch, so come join us when we get back. We'll leave a screen up while we're gone, and sounds good. I'm hungry. Sorry, sorry guys.
Just want to put it on the whiteboard.
Uh-huh. All right. We're live. Okay, we're back. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I was really hungry and I needed some lunch. So, all right, we are back. So, we went and got some lunch. I am no longer hangry. And it is time to drop the 5-cylinder into this chassis. So, if you guys haven't followed the what we're doing today we are going to take the, we've already taken the Vortec 4200 inline 6 out of this car, and we are installing its little brother, a Vortec 3500. If you guys aren't familiar, these are both a member of the Atlas series engine, Atlas series of engines. They came in a 4, 5, and a 6-cylinder configuration. If you guys have never been on our channel, you know that we are a big fan of them. We have made the Vortec 4200s make over 1,000 wheel horsepower, and aluminum block, aluminum head, 4 valves per cylinder, dual overhead cam. Pretty hard to argue with. So what we're hoping to find with the 5-cylinder is that it is something that can also be developed as well. Unfortunately, the 5-cylinders came equipped with a balance shaft system. We're going to be deleting that junk, and we're going to be putting basically the same turbo that we were running on the 6-cylinder onto the 5-cylinder, and we're going to be running it. The goal is to sort of emulate the Audi Quattro 5-cylinder program and try to make similar horsepower levels to what they were making. If you guys haven't seen my latest video, you should go watch it. It's pretty much explains what we're doing here today. So right now we just finished taking the 6-cylinder out. It is sitting off camera over here, and while we were on our break, I also dug out some engine mounts and dug out an oil pan so that we can start mocking up the 5-cylinder in the chassis. So the oil pan that we're going with is just a factory 5-cylinder oil pan. We may modify this to add little bat wings on the bottom to increase oil capacity. But for now, we're just going to attempt to install it with the factory oil pan, and we'll see if we need to make any modifications. So we're going to get all that junk bolted onto the 5-cylinder, put it on the crane, and put it in. One thing that I need to do before we do that is we need to look at my torque converter situation, which I'm going to get you guys in close to show you that. So give me just a moment here. Go ahead and go to camera 4. Go to camera 4. We'll do that later. Yep. All right, so with the torque converter that I have right here, this is a Circle D torque converter, and you can see that they welded this little crank pilot adapter, the little, sorry, words. Okay, so this part of the torque converter, this is what we call the pilot. It registers into the back of the crankshaft and centers the torque converter so that when you bolt it down, it's nice and centered up and it's not off by a little and causes all sorts of vibration. So when Circle D made this torque converter for me, they made this a little extra long to account for the adapter plate. So the problem with that is the crank pilot on the 5-cylinder, which it's a little hard to see, but down in there, right there, that diameter is not the same as a 4200 or an LS or small block, you know, what have you. So we need to make an adapter that goes from that diameter to the typical diameter that you see on an Atlas. or on a 4200. So we need to have room in there that we can do that. And the fact that they made this extra long may present issues. So we're going to get a ruler and sort of measure a few things out and see if we have room to do it. If we don't, then we can cut this little extension piece off. It's just welded on there. Hopefully that gives us enough room. If that doesn't give us enough room, then I don't know. We'll have to figure something out. We may have to shorten this whole piece by a little bit in order to get the room that we require. So that is what we have going on there. So let's get to work. All right, switch back. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. You want to get this thing back on? I'm down to 30% battery on this thing, so. Not. We should be all right. Okay, so I'm gonna go get a ruler, and we're gonna go measure some stuff. They can hear me and all that kind of stuff. Yep, it's going up and down. Any concern? So any concerns about the 3.5 valve guide issue? We're going to be installing a 3.7 liter head, so no, there are no concerns about that. We've never seen an issue with valve guides ever on any 4200, and I would imagine they use similar parts on the 3.5 liter, so, you know, your mileage may vary. Okay. So, all right. I think we need to get the 3.5 off the engine stand first. So let's do that. All right. So hopefully we'll be making cool 5-cylinder noises by the end of this week. That is my goal. So if you guys aren't aware, my plan is to go live every single day of this week. And hopefully by the end of this week, we have a running 5-cylinder. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yup. Yup. Yeah, I'm gonna use all this stuff. Okay. So these are actually 4-cylinder engine mounts. So hopefully they're the same, but we'll find out. They are not the same as a 6-cylinder. We got that question earlier. These are not interchangeable with the inline 6, unfortunately. But hopefully, mounts from a 4-cylinder will work. And it appears they will. Cool. Yeah, I'm about to use that. All right. So my plan is to use the original mounts. You know, we do intend to probably take this car on a drag and drive. So, you know, having the inherent vibration issues with the 5-cylinder, it would be nice to, you know, dampen those vibrations a little bit for a little bit of creature comfort. You gotta cast the screen. Yeah, I'll show you. Just hold on. See you in a second. All right. Yep. It looks like the 4-cylinder mounts work on a 5-cylinder. So a little bit of tidbit of information there. All right. Okay. Okay, this bolt is too long. I need a shorter one. Okay. I saw somebody said they were going to go watch an amateur soccer match during the break. Yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. Does anybody else have just a bin full of bolts? I'm just going to get a couple washers. And we're going to make this work. Okay, how we doing? Yeah. Yeah, my goal is to start 9 a.m. Eastern time pretty much every day. That's the goal anyways. So I think that's a good starting time just because, you know, for East Coast, West Coast, and plus I'm a night owl, so, you know. Where'd my chain go? There's my chain. Oops. My bolt go. All right. Okay. Yep. Yeah, don't forget you get your shirt. The pinned comment has the website for where you can buy some shirts to help support the channel. So appreciate everybody that does so. It's huge help. Okay, we're gonna try going in the front here. Okay. All right, engine cream time. weird having an odd number of cylinders. I'm used to like positioning the chain in between two cylinders, and this one it's like you gotta center it with the center one. That's weird. Weird. Okay. So this is the actual engine that we are going to be building up later on the week. My goal is to put a set of forged Molnar connecting rods and a set of forged Weisco pistons into the bottom end. Is that okay? Yeah, that works out well. So that is the goal with that. So we're really trying to go pretty max effort with this. The only thing this thing will lack, apart from our other builds, is a set of cams. And we got to develop those still, but I don't want to, you know, I talked about this before the break. I'm a little wary to put too much lift and duration into this combo, just because I'm a little wary to rev it too high. So, you know, due to the inherent imbalances of the 5-cylinder, you know, I don't want to, those imbalances are only going to get worse with RPM. So, let's do it this way. There we go. So we got an inch and just over a quarter to the back of the crankshaft. So now I'm going to measure how deep into the bell housing the pilot is on the torque converter. I guess I'll crawl under. Oops, there's coolant down there. All right. Do it this way. Burp. Burp. All right. Somebody said about slipping in coolant earlier. What are you trying to say? All right. Huh. So this is about even. About 3/32, it looks like. So I'm gonna say that we're definitely gonna have to cut that adapter, the extension piece off. So our adapter plate is 3/8 of an inch plus 3/32. So math. That would be like just under a 32nd under a ½ inch. So the fact that that sticks out an inch, just over an inch and a quarter. So yeah. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a big problem. So remember that part where I said we might have to get creative? I think we're going to have to get creative. All right now. Okay, well, let's pull this torque converter out. Cause oh. All right, give me some paper towels. All right, we're gonna whiteboard this out. Okay. let's whiteboard this out. Show you guys where we're at. Okay. All right. What'd you guys think of my brother's college course that he gave you? Okay. So, I'm going to flip this over. Okay. All right. So here, back of the crank. Here, the bell housing face. So we got a 3/8 adapter. 3/8. And then back of the crank. So this measurement from here to here was just over 1 1/4. Okay. So, and then I just measured the torque converter, and this was the bell housing face on there, and from here to here was 3/32. Okay, so 1 1/4 minus 3/8, so that's 7/8. So this converter pilot sticks out 7/8 of an inch from the bell housing face with the adapter plate. So we need this to be 7/8. Or, well, we need more than 7/8 because it has to be able to move, and we got to have room to, you know, our pilot adapter is going to go like this. And we got to have some room for material in here. In here. So we really need probably 3/16 to travel. Well, we need more than 3/16 to travel. So we need 3/16 plus how much room to travel should I give it? You think? Dad? He walked away. How much room do you think I should give the converter to travel?
3/16.
For the converter pull out, and then how much room to move? Because you don't want it right up against the back of it.
Correct.
So
8.
1/8. Okay. So 3/16 plus 1/8, that's 5/16. So we need 5/16. So 7/8. So 7/8 plus 5/16. Yep. Okay. So that is 1 3/16. Okay. Plus, okay, minus this 3/32, so that's 1 3/32. So we need this to be shortened. I'm doing that right, right? Yeah. Holy crap. This needs to be shortened by 1 3/32. That's a lot. Maybe even more. Maybe even more, to be honest. Do we even have 1 3/32? Ugh. So here is, this thing's heavy. This is the fancy torque converter that Circle D sent me. It is a bolt together torque converter. This thing's super fancy. Frankly, a little too fancy for this build, to be honest. Kind of disappointing that it got all rusty, but 1 3/32. Wow. Huh. Well. Alright, where'd my ruler go? There it is. Okay, so we even have 1 3/32. We don't. Huh. So we're gonna have to do some sort of spacer to make some extra room in here. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's good we're figuring this out now because, yeah, it's good we're figuring this out now. Okay, so we need a spacer, a bell housing spacer, for sure. So, what do people make? Where is my phone? Okay, I need to figure this out. Yeah, well, maybe. All right. I need my phone. Okay, does anybody know of anybody that makes a 1-inch bell housing spacer? 1-inch small block Chevy bell housing spacer. This seems like it's gonna be expensive. Because we could shorten it some, but that's the less the better. ICT Billet has something. I like ICT Billet. That's like one of my favorite companies. They make some really cool stuff. They have an 1/8 inch. I need a lot more than that. Do you have any bell housing spacers, Dad? Do you have a bell housing spacer anywhere? Dad? Do you have a bell housing spacer anywhere?
What's that, buddy?
Do you have a bell housing spacer?
I do not.
Okay. Because this is way into the... I mean, we can't even shorten that enough. There wouldn't be anything left.
Well, and that's why I was wondering, do you need a different converter?
I mean, we're going to run into the same problem with another converter.
What about like a stock? Or,
Then it's going to perform like crap.
okay, but I do not have a bell housing spacer. Kind of knew that you were going to need one. We talked about it. How much do you think you're going to need?
Like 1 inch.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that needs shortened way up. Like, I need as much as I can get.
Well, you can't.
I mean, if I have to make one, I'll make one.
Right. But,
should I just make one?
well, you're either going to have to make one or buy one. How much are they to buy with?
I don't even know if anybody makes one. They make 1/8 inch. I found 1/8 inch. Here's a 1/4 inch. Here's a 1/4 inch. Let's see if they have anything thicker. See, this is part of the process, guys. This is probably the stuff that nobody shows you. Yeah, that might be a part number. U-tab. All right, let's look it up. QuickTime RM8020. All right, let's look it up. See, this is a nice thing about being live. You guys can help me find stuff. RM8020. Oh, that's yeah. That's not even. Yeah, that's not. That's for a bell housing. Yeah, I'm not running a. I'm not running a T56. That's not what I need. All right, back to my search. Yeah.
Wonder if we got an old cast iron bell housing, we could just cut the thing off at 1 inch. And then use it temporarily while you get one made. Or you just make, 5 or 6 spacers, 1 inch long. And then,
Hang on.
He said, never mind.
Oh. um. Do we have any bell housing adapters that I could? Well, no. That would only give me 3/8 of an inch.
right.
Phooey. Do I need to make one?
Well, right now, what I would recommend is 2 hole it here, 2 hole it there, make 2 hole it there, and just take a piece of 1 inch
Yep.
and drill 6 holes. And then space it and start making your mounts and all
Yep.
that. And
Yep.
then you can design something,
Yep.
have it sent to you while you're making the manifold and the intake, motor mounts.
Yep.
And I would start down that path because we should have a piece, either a 1 inch. Okay, now when you take, say, 1 inch, are you taking into the consideration of 3/8 there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So this to here is 1 1/4. And we got our 3/8 adapter plate. So that's 7/8. 7/8 to from the bell housing face to this. So 7/8, and then this was only in 3/32.
Ooh.
Yeah. So yeah, which we could shorten this up a little. We could we're going to take this off. So it has this piece that's welded on here. So we can take that piece off, and it's already pretty long. I don't know if I could chuck this thing up in the lathe, if that would be a good idea, or
No,
just cut
just
it.
cut it off.
Okay, could you cut it?
Yep.
Okay. All right, we need a plug for that.
Only if you brag about how I milled that piece down with a grinder to within 1/1000th of an inch.
Yeah. Yep.
Upside down.
Yeah. So, okay. So we'll take some material out of that.
Yeah, but that doesn't shorten your legs. So I would definitely focus on make 3 spacers.
Yep.
That are
1 inch.
1 inch accurate.
Mhm.
And then you can cut the ends randomly. You
Yep.
can drill your holes randomly. But all you need is one surface to be accurate.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I could even use these. No. Yeah, I have these. Yeah, they're 1/2 inch.
How many of them do you have?
I probably have more,
You need
but
12.
I need to find them. Oh, 12.
6. Yeah, 12.
But I only need, you don't need all
Well, you
6.
don't need all.
Yeah.
8 of them.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna figure this out. You could.
Because this is a showstopper, I'll stop what I'm doing.
Well, I was planning to drop it in, so I kind of need to. I mean, could we just shove box tubing? You know, could we just take a piece of box tubing and?
I would measure it, but yes,
Okay.
you just can't squeeze it.
Right. All right. Let me see if I can find. Because we only need 3. If we just put them, you know, 1 here, 2.
Understood.
I feel like 3 would
But I
be.
can start machining them if you want to go in that direction. Or the 1-inch box tubing will work. You just can't tighten it up too much. Then you could make 3 pieces.
Yep.
6 drill holes, and you're done.
Yep.
And then you design what you need, make it a little bit thicker this way, so it holds its accuracy. Otherwise, you're going to be fighting bolts at a later date.
Yeah. I mean, should I have a whole?
Yes.
You know, should I? Can't think of any bell housing adapter that I have that's extra thick. The only thing I can think of is the 8 HP one. That one's 3/4 though. Yeah.
Just make one. Just
Okay.
just design a
Alright.
spacer, because if anybody else tries to do this,
Yep, they're gonna have to
they're
go
gonna
through
need
this
the
fight.
same thing.
Yep. Okay,
And then
we'll figure it out.
if you under tighten it or over tighten it by having the piece made, it doesn't matter.
Yep. Well, should I make the whole thing that it bolts right up?
That's what I'm talking. Oh, you're talking about a new plate you design. Then they have to start with a piece that's 1.5 inches thick, so
Yeah,
the
okay.
expense is going to
Forget
go
that.
through the
Yeah.
roof.
Okay.
Sorry, dude.
Yep. Probably should have measured before I went on a live stream and said I was gonna get it done in 9 days.
Hey, what they won't see is you designing this thing at night, ordering at night, and then having them ship it overnight.
Okay, so you want to cut that?
Yeah, I can work on that,
Okay.
but you want me to work on that first, because you can make mounts once the engine's in. So I
Right.
would mount that in.
Well,
then
let me
pull
see
it
if I
out
can
real quick.
find, because I should have 5 of these, so that would get us pretty close.
Should
Yeah.
have 5 more than that.
No, I should have 5 total, which then we only need 1, or you make a 1-inch, whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me make 2 1-inch.
Okay, fine. All right, over to the lathe cam. To the lathe cam. Mhm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Here we go. Ooh, I got a solution. I think I got a solution.
Get more of my parts.
Yeah. Yeah, I got 2/4 inchers. You'd use 2/4 inchers and a 1/2 incher. Here we go. Here. Bingo. Right there.
How thick are they?
1/2 inch.
Okay, and how
Okay,
many do
we're
you
good.
have?
I got 4 additional ones, so we got enough. Okay,
Okay.
we're good.
Dang it.
Okay, we can't go to the lathe cam. Sorry, guys. That'll be later, though.
It's all set to verbally abuse you for the rest of the day, but no, you had to take that privilege away too.
All right. So what we're gonna do? I got a game plan now. What you just saw was problem solving in action. So, because this crankshaft is so far back, what we're gonna do is we are going to put a bell housing spacer in this deal so that we can give ourselves a little more room to work with. The torque converter is extra long on purpose because it's designed for something that has a mid plate and it has additional length so that it can register into the 4200 because of the adapter plate. So we got extra length on the back of the crankshaft, extra length on the torque converter. So in order to give ourselves enough room there, we're just going to put a bell housing spacer in it, and that will solve the problem. So I'm going to have to design that and have that machine because I don't know if anybody has anything, but if anybody knows of anybody that has a 1-inch spacer readily available, that would be very helpful. I just need something that matches a small block Chevy bell housing or LS, whatever works, and I can make that work because the adapter plates that we run, yeah, goes Darth Welder. The adapter plates that we run convert to a small block Chevy bell housing pattern. So, yeah. Then we'll need some super long dowel pins because holy crap. So the Atlas 5 cylinders. Turn this camera down a little. So the Atlas series engines, the dowel pin locations are in the exact same spot as a small block Chevy. So yeah, we just need to run super long dowel pins. They're probably going to be about this long, and that will line everything up, and that will make everything work. So now I need to think about that too. Yup. Okay, so I have some extra long dowel pins in my house. In order to get these out, normally I weld something to them and then I slide hammer them out. So we're going to do that here in a second. In the meantime, you mind entertaining them for a little bit?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll be like 30 seconds. Well, more than 30 seconds, probably like a minute. So I'll be right back.
Hello. Calvin will be right back. Okay. All right, here's a sneak preview of what Dad is working on right now. He's currently getting ready to weld something. Ah, firewall.
As soon as I get done holding this up, I'll be able to come. Okay. Like the machine that's pushing pilot.
thing's been bugging me all night. All right, we're back.
We're back.
Yep. So I got my extra long dowels. These are not long enough now. I'm just finding out. So, but we'll use these. We might not even bother with that, to be honest. We're gonna just leave the dowels in it. All right, let's get this thing bolted up. Let's get it dropped in the chassis. Let's build a turbo manifold, because that's way more fun than fighting with this junk. Ugh. All right, get the whiteboard out of the way. Cool. Cool. All right. So we're going to take our adapter plate off of the 6-cylinder that was in the car. And yeah, didn't Cletus need a bell housing spacer when he went to he had a lockup torque converter and he needed extra space? Didn't he need like a 1-inch bell housing spacer to get that deal to work? Is there somebody that makes that? Somebody do some searches for me. I want a part number. Have to have one made. We'll figure that out, but hopefully somebody has something that's readily available that they can take care or take advantage of economies of scale, and I don't have to pay one-off price. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Mom's back. Everybody shape up. Okay. So here is the bell housing adapter. So I made this thing a long time ago. So this has been the same bell housing adapter that's been on the car for a long, long time. Some people ask, is it important if the bell housing adapter wraps and bolts into the oil pan? We've never had an issue doing bell housing adapters that don't bolt into the oil pan, the semi-perimeter adapter. We've never had an issue with that. But yeah, your mileage may vary. And I find a 7mm socket. No, I have one. I think this is a 7. We're about to find out. Right. Yep. Hey, look at me. Look at me. camera set up. All right, so we got to take the starter stud out. The top bolting provision for the starter is a stud, and that needs to go because, well, you can either grind it flush on the bell housing face or remove it and use a bolt. Up to you. But that just uses a 7mm little hex head here on top. Pretty simple. So now we can bolt our bell housing adapter up. And there we go. Do 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 do. HP 6295. Is it? All right, let's look it up. I need to chase these. Or, no, there's just not. Okay, that's fine. I can fix that. I have shorter bolts. Doot. Doot. Okay. Doot. Yep. Tight is tight. Okay. All right, let's look this up. 1-inch HP. Who's the manufacturer? HP. Okay. Bell housing spacer. It brought up some flip-flops when I Googled that. Really? 1-inch thick. All right. 229. I'll take it. All right, we are going to overnight that guy right there. Don't anybody buy that before I can. I have one in stock. Where's my where'd he put it? All right, where'd Cameron put my phone? He's always moving stuff. All right, sorry about this, guys. Having to do stuff on the fly. One inch thick. I'm surprised. All right. Cool. Thanks for finding that for me. Appreciate it. All right, should be here on Wednesday, so we should be good. 1 inch thick, and it's steel. Yeesh. All right. Thanks a bunch, Mr. Pullman. All right. Sick. My wallet, yes, I know. We did it. Yeah. Thanks, guys. All right. Sick. See? See? This is why we do this. Okay. Then you can plug it back in. I can't believe it's and it's steel. Oh, not that.
You got a spam call.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta turn that off. Spam call. I guess people saw that, huh? Yeah. Alright, let's do DND. Do not disturb. There. Hopefully that makes that stop. Okay. Okay. Put this back. Hey, you guys get to see a little behind the magic. Light. Okay. Hughes. Yes, sir. All right. All right. Cool. 1 inch steel. That's crazy. That's going to be a heavy piece. That's going to be real heavy. All right. So let's get this engine in here. All right. Moment of truth, guys. The moment we've all been waiting for. Does it fit? Oh, I should put my oil pan on first. Hold on, hold on. I don't mean to be a tease. I gotta find bolts. Where are all my bolts? It's okay. I got one. Did you switch? He switched. He's so funny. You're funny, Cameron. Who else has a bolt bin like this? This will work. Yeah, that'll work. This one's better. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Let's do it. Let's do it. Just do it. Does the 5-cylinder oil pan bolt to the 5-cylinder? Oh, look at this cute little window for the dipstick. Yeah, I'm sure. I didn't. Oh. Okay. Who was it that actually found it? Oh, was it Nate? Okay. All right. Sorry, Nate. Was it you? Cool. See? Why didn't they do this for the 4200? Why did they have to do a front sump? I mean, come on. Come on. Come on. Let's put the flex plate on too. Just for fun. Yeah, you can tell.
I thought this was supposed
Yeah,
to be watchers. Nobody else would ever want to try and do it.
Yeah, apparently I didn't even thank the right commenter. Somebody found a 1-inch bell housing spacer
Really?
for $223. So, it is what it is. It's a lot cheaper than what it would have cost if I had to have it made, but yeah, I don't know.
Whoever you are.
If it was Nate, then thanks. I'll send you a shirt or something.
Well, maybe the posse can make a couple donations and cover that misfortune.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Development live for you guys. Okay. So, we have an oil pan. We have a flex plate. We have engine mounts, which, wow, they're weird. They're like offset. Like one's really far forward, one's really far back. This is, yeah, I guess you guys can't see this here. Yeah, come here. Yeah, look at this. You on that? Yeah, look at this. See how this one real far back, this one further forward? That's weird. Huh. Wonder if that was strategic. So, bell housing adapter, which we'll put our 1-inch spacer on. We have our flex plate, and we're just gonna mock this up with literally spacers. I literally have just spacers that we're gonna use for now, so that we can get on to the fun stuff. Right? Right. Okay, switch it back. All right, let's get this thing in the car finally. Will it fit, guys? Will it fit? That's the question of the hour. Will the 5-cylinder, which has a shorter length, fit in place of the 6-cylinder? You're going to find out first here. What? Sure. Okay. Okay. Let me get some long 3/8 bolts.
Mm. Yeah, stairs are so dirty. Okay, that'll work. 1, 2. Make sure you drop it on the floor. Buckle my shoe. Okay. And I should get washers. I should get washers. Or whooshers. Whooshers. Whooshers.
Alright,
Whooshers.
let's throw on my regular glasses and I'll be over.
Now I'm hiding. It's the high quality video. Uh-huh. Okay. Whooshers.
Your mom must have been in here if you're saying silly things like that. Did you get this dimension right here
What dimension?
on this pilot?
No.
Okay.
Do you want to get it?
Okay.
If you want to catch up. Okay. Stop, Calvin. Stop. Yeah, I know.
What happened? In the blue bag over there on right side of the toolbox, lower section, top drawer, there's a set of those snap gauges. If you could grab those. Right toolbox. Right section of the bottom section, top drawer. There's a blue bag full of snap gauges. And then I need the good calipers.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the crank snout is removable, but
Okay. Is that the good ones? No.
yeah, it is
They're locked.
removable. But that part, yeah, that part centers the flex plate. So if you remove that part, you're just gonna have to duplicate it again because, yeah, you can remove that, but yeah, here,
Yeah, but then everything's
Yeah.
wrong then.
yeah, this.
The long ones.
This part is removable. I would have to pull the flex plate off to show it to you, but you can remove this one part. But this is what centers the flex plate, and you would have to. There would be nothing to center the flex plate at that
Thank you.
point. So you would either have to bore out the center of the flex plate, which is kind of sketchy, or yeah, it's better to do it the way that we're doing it because
824.
yeah, we don't want to be modifying the flex plate if possible. You know, if we're making new bolt holes for the torque converter to bolt to, that's fine, but
Nothing in the center.
is that what you wanted me to read? Yeah, that's my friend Nate.
He wants you to answer.
Oh, okay. Answer the phone, my brother in Christ. Are you calling me? Here. See if he's calling. Okay. I'll take his call. There. I'll be right back.
0.824, 0.825. What is that in metric? Just look at the. Yeah, my mic's on. Can people hear me? Well, let's see if anybody answers.
I could be able to see it on the thing.
Test, 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 test. Yeah, look at the comments, see if anybody. Okay. Yeah, 0.824 and 0.825. Compare those two numbers. Because I come up with two different numbers. I'll measure it a third time. Correct? Exactly? That's 21.
So apparently you guys have been freaking out in the comments.
About-
Yes.
About what?
They've just been we've just been rage baiting them this entire time. They're like trying to give us solutions, and we're just not even reading chat.
Well, we got the camera.
We
in.
got a solution. It's fine. I think it's funny. Yeah, I think we got a solution, guys. And by the way, Nate was the one that found the
0.827.
the spacer. So thank you, Nate.
What's 0.827?
Oop.
21.01.
Okay, so I'm calling this 21 millimeters. All right, and who's watching the comments at this point?
Well, I tried to. Someone said 21.
Did we get beat up?
Oh, it's fine.
I'm trying to be
I think
funny.
they're all good now.
Sorry, guys.
Any comments we need to go back to?
I don't think so.
Okay, so what was the problem?
They were just giving suggestions, and they were freaking out because we weren't responding to them.
Okay.
But we found this. I think we found a solution.
All right, so we got 21 millimeters here, and I can measure the rest. I'm going to add a little bit of a space to it to get it out past these bolts before. That way the metal doesn't get too thin here. So it'll basically it'll butt up against this, but it's gonna have to come out to get over these bolt heads.
Yep. Okay. To the lathe cam, actually, this time.
No. Hold on, I'm not ready for that yet.
Okay. Well, let's get the engine in. Then we
Right.
go to the lathe cam.
So, all right.
That's really funny. I'm sure it's not funny for you guys, but it's funny for me.
What was the
They're just like,
solution? I was over welding, having a
Yeah.
good time.
I was solving the.
Nobody
trying to
even looked at my part that I welded in. Jeez. Feel like a kicked puppy.
Sorry, guys.
What were they coming up with a solution for?
Yeah. They just were adding suggestions. And, like, the one guy said that this part will come out, which it will, but that's what centers your flex plate, and you can't take.
Yeah.
You know, then you'd have to make a custom flex plate or modify that one. Yeah. Hang on.
Look at you and your mess.
Okay, will the 5-cylinder fit in place of the 6-cylinder?
That's a stretch.
I don't know, guys. If it doesn't, we're gonna lose the shop.
Okay. gonna
no.
put an engine in? You gotta get that leg over towards you. There. Oh, too far. That'll work. Are you gonna put an engine in here? Are you gonna put an engine in here? Okay, stop.
Saying a 5-cylinder is not an engine? Need a real engine?
Well, that's one way to look at it. Hold on, hold on.
Scoot it here.
I know, but I want to make sure. Okay, so the oil pan, when it offsets and goes down, it only goes 1/4 of an inch. So you've got that. That's an interference that has to get fixed.
Where?
Right down here. See where the oil pan's hitting?
Yeah, but we gotta go back still. There. Now we're in the right spot.
All right, so 1/4 of an inch down at the most. Good, good. Oh my word, check that out.
Like it was made for.
That's ridiculous.
Even with a 1-inch spacer.
You realize, you see this?
Yeah, look at that.
That's
You're
ridiculous.
not gonna have to make engine mounts. You can just rest it on there and put seat clamps in.
Yeah, okay. Zip tie.
Yeah. Just zip tie it. Right? Right? Okay, let's go read the comments. I gotta see what they said about zip tying it.
Okay, tard. I'm pulling these bolts out. See,
I hope you guys are having fun.
well, somebody is.
Yeah. I mean it in good fun.
I know that. I'm still gonna pick on you. All right, so do you have bolts that are long enough? Because it looks like you're gonna need a 3-inch bolt.
3-inch.
Yeah, 1 inch for there, 1 inch for there.
Yeah, I got
Plus, you got a spacer there.
that should be long enough.
So 1, 2, 2.5. You need a 2.5-inch bolt.
Yeah, it should be long enough.
All right. I let you live. Yeah, you're just gonna put 4 top bolts in.
I was gonna do the 2 bottoms and 1 top.
Well, you need to do the 2 bottoms first.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. I'm gonna get out of here and let you work on this.
Okay. What do you think? Should we zip tie it, guys? Yes, zip tie. I got comments. They said we should zip tie it. I knew it.
The Freiburger special.
A Freiburger special. This is our roadkill zip tie moment.
That is ridiculous how small that
That
is.
thing is tiny. Compared to the 6-cylinder, this thing is micro.
It's no wonder the Colorado guys feel so inadequate. I mean, that was supposed to be funny.
All right, let's see the comments. Oh no, they all left. They all left.
All right, so how many are on there?
I don't know. I'm just having fun.
Oh, nice. They
Nice.
jump back up. Yeah. I'm not tall enough.
Yeah, I'll get it. You go to the lathe.
No, 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 no.
The lathe.
All right, so I need to measure that.
100, 1-inch 700 ish.
What do you mean, ish?
Yeah, plus or minus.
What happened to the calipers? That is ridiculous.
Yep.
Can people see how small that engine is yet?
This thing is tiny. Oh, it's up against that. Okay, that's why I can't move it. The
Oh,
PVT solenoid's in my way. Alright, that's gotta go. So we'll figure that out.
10 millimeter. Can you just rotate it for the moment?
Maybe.
Or is it stuck in there?
It's probably stuck.
Right.
Now, it's in my way. So I'm gonna move it. That's really funny.
Hey, goofball. Hey, goofball.
What? Are you talking to me? Which
Yeah.
goofball? What? Looks good. All right, you gotta go show what Dad did, Cameron. Where did my 10 millimeter go?
Here we have
A bear in his natural habitat.
no.
Looking for a 10
the
millimeter.
greatest tripod in modern existence.
Oh, Jimmy.
It's called three stools and a little tripod.
The longer you look, the worse it gets, right?
Yeah, look at that beauty there. It functions perfectly.
Just don't bump it. Do not bump it.
See that mass in the middle there? That lowers the center of gravity, so the the middle stool doesn't fall off.
Ay, ay, ay.
Nope, that's a lead acid battery right there. I think. I don't know.
It's 1.700.
What I said.
No, you said or something like that.
Okay.
Someone said modern art.
Uh,
I hope you guys are having fun, because we are. Alright, let's figure that out. This one doesn't have metal in it. Normally, when you take these little solenoids out, they got metal in them. This one's actually pretty clean. This one might actually still work.
Cameron, did you take your remote camera over and show them the piece I made?
Not yet, but I can do it shortly.
Okay.
Okay. Going on a field trip over next door. We're gonna check out the piece that Dad welded in.
Okay. All right.
There it is. My guess is that is clearancing for something like the distributor if it's naturally aspirated, I don't know, or old-fashioned. I'll ask if it has a distributor. Does it have a distributor?
Yes.
Aha! I was right. Okay. I think that clearance is the distributor. Because it's a Chevy, not a Ford.
Hey, do we have any short chunks?
Uh,
What's happening over here?
This looks like. Uh,
Nope. That's an innie, not an Audi. We need an Audi.
yeah, but I thought this was a GM, not an Audi.
Oh, that's funny. You're a turd head.
I don't think we have. That's the whole point. It's a GM, not an Audi. Really hard to line up these bolts without dowel pins. I gotta say that. Let's go on the other side. This side's being stupid. 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 Okay, let's go read the chat before I get in trouble again. Yes, I might even call it above average, yes. Will a C7, will a C7 have a 7,007 cylinder? That would be cool. Somebody's got to do a 7-cylinder engine. That would be cool. I've seen that like engine simulator thing that, you know, what did a 7-cylinder engine sound like? I think it would be neat. Come on, buddy. You know what? This one will be easier. Yeah. I'm sure that sounded great. Alright. Gonna fight the other side again.
Just don't break the bell housing.
Yeah. Just trying to get a bolt to line up first. My goodness. Trying to get a dang bolt to line up. In the ballpark? That is the question. All right, what are people saying, Cameron?
Thank you, Cody.
Cody?
The guy who yelled at me on the last video.
Yell at you about.
Didn't have my side shields on.
Ugh. Still trying to get one singular bolt. Align. You don't have dowel pins to line it up for you. It's a pain. I will say. Not fun. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Just got it. Thank God it. I do. You know, what are they saying? I'd love a not answering the phone montage. There you go. Yeah. What?
Guess what's happening, everybody?
Going over to the lathe cam.
There's something happening on the lathe.
Lathe cam. Lathe cam. Party time. Excellent. Well, it's like Wayne's World. Any Wayne's World guys out there? Come. Come. There you go. Good guy. Turn it. There you go. There.
Lead cam working?
Figured out a good trick. Yeah, I can switch back. Like in the secondary. It's switch. I can switch. I don't ever do it. Yeah. You can't get the picture. Yeah, I think it should filter that out, but yeah. You know what? You know what? Mm. Okay, I just need a longer bolt. I just need to give up and get a longer bolt. Rumpf. Okay, longer bolt.
The Allen wrench for that thing out.
It should be on there. Which one? This part? Should be right. No. Should be right here.
Ah,
There it is. Cameron's putting on like a full on like movie. It's a one man like movie scene. Movie producer. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. That's funny. Alright. Anything's a hammer. Except if it's a screwdriver, then it's a chisel. Go. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Feel, don't think. Use the force, Luke. Okay, we almost have the bell housing bolted up. It's only taken 6 hours, but all right, all right, all right. Ugh. We officially jumped the shark. Mm-hmm. All right, these motor mounts are gonna be easy, easy. All right, what's chat saying? Asking any questions? Are they still freaking out on me for not reading? Okay, so he is making the crankshaft pilot adapter to go from the 5-cylinder crank to the 4L80E torque converter. So he needs to go from, what did he measure? 21 millimeter to 1.700 inches. And match up to the torque converter. Torch converter, as some people call it. Because they get hot. Sometimes. Alright. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. I need another bolt. Yeah. 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 See? Spacers on spacers on spacers. That's the key to success right there. Just keep putting spacers in it until it lines up. Mm-hmm. Don't have any room to get my fingers in there. Rumph. Of course. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. See? It's all coming together. We're not complete hacks. But right now, yes, it is more of a visual experience than a audible. Go. Just a dude that likes cars.
Is this making 800 horsepower yet?
Come on, man. Give us some time. I know. I know. We have fun here. Ow. You know, you would think that the number of times that I've gotten cut on these screws, I would have, like, you know, trimmed them off or, you know, done something. But no, why would I learn from my mistakes? That doesn't seem right. Ow. Alright, 1-inch bell housing spacer installed. It's literally just a bunch of spacers. Just check that one off the list. Easy peasy. Uh-huh. Now I just gotta get another switcher and then put it into one of the switcher inputs, and then we'll have a switcher which feeds another switcher. That's good enough. Good enough for who it's for. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Switch to camera 4. Guys like my 1-inch bell housing spacer? Did you switch? Ah, see, spacer. More spacers. So now, you can see the engine mounts sit like perfectly in the same spot as where the K-member has it. And the oil pan has lots of clearance. Yeah. So now I gotta figure out my driveline angle, but I think I can finally let my jack down. Okay. And then, all right, switch it back. Yaw. Okay. I need to get a level. Laser level. Laser. This thing is so small. Can't read the dang thing. All right, so I did measure the driveline angle before I took the 4200 out. Well, Cameron was giving his college course to you guys, and it was 2 degrees down in the back, which is exactly where we are right now. So now I got to put a 1/2 inch engine offset into it, and I got to level this thing up. So we're going to get chunks of wood, and you got it. You know. All right. Science. Technology. $15 and not 7/16. 16 1/4. So it needs to go. Needs to go that way. Okay. Cool. Shove a piece of wood in there until it's where you want it to be. That's words to live by right there. If life isn't giving you what you want, just shove pieces of wood into it until you get what you want. Right? A wise man once said. More wood. Actually, we might. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Blue. Look at that. Look at that. Would you just look at it? Brother. Brother. Wiggle it. Of course, it's like as tight can be. Get out of my way. How's Dad doing on the lathe? Done yet?
He's still working at it.
Yeah, so when he machines that, he's going to machine the whole thing in one setup, because if you were to like machine the internal bore and then flip it around and do the other side, there's a chance that it could get off center. So he's going to do the whole thing in one setup. Okay, that thing is so tiny. It's so little. It's like a 4200, but smaller. Uh-huh. Ooh, too far. Too far. Too far. Too far. You took it too far, Calvin. That is across the line. How dare you? Yeah, too far. Okay, we're gonna get the. Uh-huh. You know what I mean. You know. Who knew? Who knew? I want to know. Leave a comment. Did you know when I went? Did you know? I don't know. Eh, eh. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Huh? Let's take this out. Her. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Would you? Would you? Guys. Just have to wiggle it until it's in the right spot. Okay. Eh? Okay. All right. We're getting there. Don't doubt me. Eh. Yeah. 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 Where? Nope. 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 Where? Oop. 0.1. Good enough for me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Someone says, I looked away for 2 hours and the engine is 4 inches shorter already.
Yep. Okay, so we need it to go that way. Okay. So how are we gonna do that? We're gonna do 15 and a quarter, or 15 yaw. 16 and a half. Yes, we need to go that way now. Went too far. See? See? Uh-huh. 4 inches shorter. Okay, another chunk of wood. Wood.
Wood. Mm-hmm. Yep. Nope. Yep. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. How about now? How about now? 16 3/8. Ooh, it's so close. It's off by like a 32nd of an inch. A 32nd. A 32nd. Then her shim. He thought I didn't have it. He thought I was washed up. He thought it was over for me. Eh? Eh? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know. You know. Too far. But, oh. 0.1.
Someone says, I see room for an extra cylinder there.
Come on, dude. Why you gotta do that to me? Nailed it. 0.1 degrees this way. Who cares about that? It is exactly 1/2 of an inch offset that way. I should double check that because the last time I did this, I did it backwards.
I remember that. The whole engine was crooked.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. Uh-huh. So, I should measure driveline angle again because we just moved it a lot. Close enough. Okay. All right. So, if I was smart, I would have put the support for the engine in a different spot. Because I put my shims where I need to make engine mounts. So. Oops. It's okay. I'll support it somewhere else. I mean, this looks amazing. It's like this oil pan was made for this chassis. I mean, this is art. Art. Literal art. We gotta get you in here. Come on. Come here. You're coming with me. Okay. Come on, guys. Down here. Look at that. I mean, would you just look at it? It's like, fits around the steering rack, perfect. Fits around the K-member, perfect. And we got all this room for activities. Why didn't we do this sooner? Why didn't we do this at the start? Why didn't you guys tell me? It's like you didn't make it. I can't believe you. All right.
back to the sketchiest tripod in the world. I love that that's a thing. You know, I think that has to stay there the entire week. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna get a chunk of wood.
It's a work of art.
This is a calibrated chunk of wood. It's milled to within an eighth of an inch. Some say it's the flattest piece of wood ever made. We call it the twig. Oh, it's too long. No. That's the right thickness. Okay, I just gotta shorten it. Alright. Sawzall time. Rough. Hernia. But right? Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. I know. You were thinking it too. Alright. I think that'll work. Nope. Not right now. I'll need it later in the week, but not today. So we're gonna make a turbo manifold. Did you like my twig joke? He did tell me. Yes, you did, Nate. You told me. He did tell me. I don't know what he told me, but he did tell me. Okay. All right, all right. So we just make a little tab and another little tab. And then another little tab and another little tab. Totally tabular. I know, I know. Okay, let's just double check. I did put an engine in crooked the last time that I did it.
Is it a 3500 or a 3700?
It is a 3500 because the 3500 shares parts with the 4200. We have lots of 4200 parts. Okay, so it moved. So it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Ugh.
Is it the same piston as an inline six?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Over to the lathe kit. Eh? What? What am I thinking? Put it on the wrong side. I mean, sometimes. Eh. Eh. Oh, now I just moved the whole dang thing. What? Are you sure that you want this to go live to 182 people? Well,
Done. It's just
uh-huh. Oh. Well, maybe I could look at it later. Yes. All right, how about now? How about now? Brr. Thank you. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Did 5 cylinders come with a manual?
Yes, they came with the AR5. Yep. Which one? This one? This one I took out. There's no such thing as a brand new engine around here, Mama. The only brand new engine went into your truck. It's a 5-cylinder. 5. Mhm. Uh-huh.
Was the manual transmission any good, Calvin?
They're okay. They're a little, I think its third gear is a little weak. You can destroy it pretty easily if you get a little too aggressive with it's either the 2-3 or one of the shifts. If you get too aggressive with it, you'll clean the gears off. I'm sure people find this so entertaining. Watching me struggle. Struggle bus. Struggle bug. Ugh. Buh. Harumph. Harumph. Okay, now it's level again. Now it's going to be offset. And I'm just going to dance. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Now it's not level. Oh. Okay. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. Now, what you want to do is make sure that you get the engine located 4 times. Mm-hmm. Try to shove shims in the one side. My precision calibrated piece of wood was not calibrated well enough. I need another shim. Keep shoving pieces of metal into the thing until it will take no more. I said no more. Ramblings of a madman. That's what I should name this stream. Okay, now you're good. Now, as soon as I move you, you're gonna break. I've answered this a few times, but the 5-cylinder, the 3.5 shares parts with the 4200, which we have tons of, and the 3.7 does not. So that's why. And the other thing is the 3.7 liter, the bore, the amount of space between the bore itself is not great. There's not a ton of area there to keep the head gasket sealed. So that is why. What's that? I was answering somebody's question. They're in the drawer. Oh, actually, so. Yeah, it's pretty loose. It's like 3 thou probably. Like 3 thou probably. I hate transmission fluid. Ugh. Gross. Okay. Would you just look at it? This is so small. It's so small. If this was pre-recorded, I would have edited a lot of this out. I'll just say that. Yeah. But yes, this is live. This is live. We'll do it live. Yeah, you're not mic'd up. Okay. All right. All right. Come on. Come on. Come on. The 3500 would probably be less common just because they produced it for less years. They only made the 3500 for it was 2004 2004 or 3 2004 to 2007, right? Something like that. The 4L60E. The 4L60E is a way worse transmission than the AR5. The 4L60E is like one of the worst. It's a bad transmission. It is not one of the worst. There are far worse transmissions out there, but it's a pretty bad transmission. They fail at stock horsepower levels, let alone at lots and lots of horsepowers. So, yeah, I'm not a fan. I'll just say that. All right. Now, it's turbo time. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. Glad I could answer that for you. Here. If you're gonna talk, Mom, how about we mic you up? Or is she... Do you have your mic on, Cameron? I can. Oh, well, you're close to her. It would be better than... No, I cannot. So my phone is being used to record, so...
Yes, 2004. They started with the 3700.
There you go. See? I knew it the whole time. I knew it. I didn't know it, but thank you for fact-checking me. Rough.
So I guess, Calvin, you'll have to just repeat what
No. There you go.
I wonder if there's an 8 horsepower kit.
8
so
HP.
I can retain 4-wheel drive in my Tahoe.
Probably not. Just because that's kind of a niche deal right there. I mean, the all-wheel drive 8 HPs are not really a dime a dozen anyways, but yeah, so yeah, probably not.
Darren Wallenberger said, my 4L60E just lost second, fourth, and reverse gears on a stock 5.3. Grr.
Second, fourth, and what?
Second, fourth, and reverse.
Okay. So you turned it into a power glide is what you're telling me. 2-speed power glide.
And then Prime Brazen says, somebody sponsor this man with a lift. Yeah.
We do
should.
have a lift. It's like right over there.
Yeah, but something else is on it.
Yeah. That would be cool, though. Okay.
Southside Slides says, I actually pulled the 5.3 out of my Saab and sold it, but it's been tempting to put a 3500 plus turbo in it. Turn it into a really competitor for the 2.5T XC90.
Yep, that would be cool. For sure.
Imagine using a lift.
Yeah. All right, how am I gonna squeeze this in here?
Chad Reynolds says, I only know because I bought a brand new Colorado
Yeah.
2004.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Miller says, so if you had to guess, would it be easy to step to a AR5 from a 4L60E?
AR5 to 4L60E. I mean, on a 4200 specifically, or we talking about a?
On a swap.
Yeah, but he was asking about in a. I thought it was a Saab 97X or something, which would have a 4200, because you need a special flywheel for that one. Okay. All right, I should probably make my engine mounts first. So let's do that. So
My level of life says an 8 horsepower from an extra
8 HP.
BMW or Dodge would work.
Mhm. Yep. But the question is, is the transfer case on the right side to match your chassis? Because if it isn't, then you got to do some more
Oh,
engineering.
Don't hit
there.
the tripod.
Keep dropping cylinders. Next thing drop for that.
I've thought about both. Thought about both. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I bet that's really nice. But 15. Oh, the inline 5. Yeah, no. I mean, that's not going to happen, but I mean, this is going to be fun, but nah. Nah. Yeah, that would be nice. We could get a few more chairs, and maybe we could like get like a baseball bat and like try to balance it on end, and then kind of like maybe put some dish plates, and a couple like spinning dish plates, Get right on that. You don't have this thing mounted yet. Yeah, I just got it centered up. I'm just kind of staring at it for a moment. Just taking it in. Okay, yeah, so with the 4200, you're going to need, you're going to need to figure out the clutch pedal, obviously. You're going to need a special blah, blah, blah. You're going to need a special flywheel, which MTech Motorsports sells one. And I think Performance Adapters, I think that's what his company's name is. He just started coming out with a really nice flywheel setup. And they're really affordable. So go support him. And then I think Atlas Industries was working on one, but I think that one kind of fell by the wayside. So, yeah, those are your options. So.
Do you think you're going to play with 2800 or 2900
Yes.
four-cylinder Atlas next, or would you say at this point just get it down to the smaller?
Yeah, we'll do a 4-cylinder Atlas at some point because it happens to fall, and that might be one where we do the 2900 instead of the 2800 because we're probably gonna try and break a land speed record with it, and it falls right under the 3-liter displacement mark, which is F class in land speed racing, and then the Ecotech, if we got a 2-liter Ecotech, that would fall into G class. So maybe we'll mess with one of those someday. Might be better off with a Honda just because the Honda F Series is the highest horsepower per liter for pretty much anything out there. So it might make more sense to go with the Honda there, even though the quickest 4-cylinder in the world is an Ecotech. Oh, so they can't hear you again? Okay, so let's actually mic you up. Mm-hmm. 8 HP.
8 HP. Okay. Are
5
fitted
Echo.
to.
Okay. Very cool.
How do I move this like so they keep on going up?
Yeah.
Uh,
Is this going to be on E85? Yes. Yes, it will be. Because E85 is the truth. We should probably. Okay.
yeah, it's an anchor lady, like trying that small. Arena? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Foreman.
Yep. I just couldn't remember the name.
Hello.
Puerto Rico.
Hello, Nelson. Of course, that's our last name.
Uh-huh.
Very almost that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Okay. Highest string between the Fairmont roof rack and tripod set of the tripods on the windshield.
Doink. Doink.
That's what Mad Mike hates. And Greg Myers, is this one going to be? Oh, you already answered that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
South side slider says, do you have a second throttle by wire accelerator set up on the 8 HP Trailblazer to play with the virtual clutch functions?
Nope. Nope. I don't see any need to do that. I mean, it's not a drift car, so I literally use ignition timing to manage power on the shifts and everything. I haven't found a reason to do that.
EDU GJ says GM builds still giving a fight. And Nelson Perez says, why do you do so heavy cars?
Heavy car.
Yeah.
Heavy
like the
car.
Station wagon.
This
I'm
thing's
sure
2,900 pounds, I'll tell you what.
2,900 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little heavy, but, it's, the reason for this one is because drag and drive. I don't know where you're from. Maybe you're from Europe and you have no idea what a drag and drive is. But a drag and drive is an event.
He's from Puerto Rico.
Okay, it's from Puerto Rico. So we have these events called drag and drives. So we will drag race and then drive to the next track with the vehicle that we race with. So it's nice to have a station wagon because you can pile all your junk in the back. You're not allowed to have a support vehicle. So you can pile all your junk into the back and then drive to the next track. And, that's why, people use pickup trucks, they use station wagons because, it's nice to have a little cargo space. So
He says you should do a Gremlin with an Atlas 5-liter.
yeah, that falls into the same sort of category that the Volvo does. Short wheelbase. I mean, short is a little lower center of gravity, but I think I'm all right. It would be cool, but I don't know. For me, it's like when I think about building a car, I think about racing it, and I just don't know if that would be very good racing. I know there's guys that go real fast with them, but you know, I'd like something with a little longer wheelbase.
My neck's breaking.
Why is your neck breaking?
Because I have to look up just to see. This is better.
My chair?
Level Up Life says, I believe 8 HP trans brakes, and bonus functions are all unlocked with standalone ECUs.
Yep. Yeah, I'm running that on my Trailblazer. Actually, I'm running the first and second gear trans brake, and yep, good stuff.
Mad Mike 8 says the 3500 would have been cool in that MG you built.
Yep.
That little MG, yes.
Yep.
I
That would've been
remember
neat.
that. And Southside Slider says 2,900 pounds isn't bad at all.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's with driver too.
Why,
I think, or no?
Ryan Larson,
I might have said the wrong number. I think it might be 31. It's lighter than you think. I'll just say that.
yeah. Ryan Larson says wagons are great. Long roof.
Mm-hmm. Longer wheelbase than a Mustang.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff.
You consider the weight distribution of a wagon. I lost it. How do you move this? Small. All of these are scrolling up and I can't get that goes to that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just don't click on them.
Oh, okay.
Not click.
Yeah, EDU says save the wagons. Oh, do you consider the weight distribution of a wagon and help or hindrance at the track?
Well, a lot of the weight's high in the car, and a lot of it's close to the rear, so it helps and hurts. It hurts because it makes it want to tip over more. It helps in that it's going to transfer the weight to the back better because it's, one, more centered towards the rear, two, higher. So that's going to, when it weight transfers, it's going to be, naturally, it's going to be higher. So it's going to have more leverage. All right.
Chad Riddle says, I love you all. Build realistic, honest, adorable builds. Also unique, less commonly used engines. Last, you're a tight, family-friendly
Tight-knit.
unit. Much support from the Middle Tennessee. That's where Chad Little, or
Well,
Riddle,
thanks.
he's from.
That's very nice of you to say. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm messing this all
No,
up.
you're fine.
K. Mort says GR86 Atlas equivalent, maybe.
GR86.
for actual tracks of autocross? Question mark.
Where is it?
Right here.
TR86 Axle Atlas Puma maybe for actual track. If we were gonna do, well, see, here's the struggle. We were gonna do that with the Mark III Supra. We were gonna do that with the Mark III Supra that we picked up a while ago, but that turned into a can of worms. One, it was a little more rusty than we were expecting. Two, the K member being spaced down as much as what it was, the suspension geometry is really, it's just not great. It would basically have zero suspension travel going up, and all the suspension arms were at a very harsh angle upwards, which ideally we'd like to lower it some, even more, and there's no opportunity to do that. So, yeah, if we were to do that, we kind of already have a car to do it, but the 4200 doesn't fit in it great, and it probably wouldn't fit great in a GR86 either. So that's kind of the struggle there. So, yeah.
And AZ Limitless answered the question. Why this car? ... Because freedom.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Freedom.
And then Southside Slider says, continuation of my last question. Do you think the weight off the nose from going to the 3500 will help, hurt, or be of no factor?
It's hard to say. I mean, it definitely will help, but we weren't really having issues with traction as it was. I mean, we're probably not going to make as much power as what we did with the 4200. We weren't really having issues with traction as it was, so I would say it's kind of a wash. Yeah, I hope that kind of answers your question.
Nelson from Puerto Rico says, in Puerto Rico, why made Samurai with rotary engine, and they go very fast?
Yep. Yeah, those things are cool. I saw the one that the Boosted Boys built. I'm sure that was very much inspired by the Puerto Ricans. That's I love what you guys do with the rotaries. It's so cool. All right.
And then Prime Brazen.
I don't know.
Calvin.
What?
Prime Brazen says, by 2034, after 10 sick weeks, will you cover the rest of the windshield, and wouldn't it affect your visibility?
So normally, what people do is when they go to a sick week, they put the next year right here, and they don't keep going down. You know, they go to the side. So at some point, I might have to start removing them, but you know, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think that's a good problem to have. If you've gone to so many drag and drives that you've run out of room on your windshield, you're doing all right.
And then Willery says, do you have plans for the 4-cylinder Atlas?
Yes. Yep, we would like to use one in a land speed car at some point. My dad has a 75 Monza. Could end up in that. It could end up in the Datsun that you've seen on the channel, the red car that's been stretched. Yes.
And EDUJG says the tiny cars in Puerto Rico are wild.
Yep.
Yes, they are, I'm sure.
Yep.
Nelson Perez says, I want to do a Camaro 2000 with 6L Atlas or 61 Atlas.
Let me see. 6L.
That's it.
Probably
6L.
inline 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, inline
Inline
6
6 Atlas.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, that's essentially what we're doing. We just started a 95 Camaro that we're doing an Atlas swap, a 6-cylinder Atlas swap into. So, yep, same page. I agree. I fully approve.
And then there's a guy, his name is Games and Gasoline. Will this be a VOD for later?
Yes. Yeah, I'll probably take a lot of the footage from these streams and cut it together and do like a summary video. So yeah, it's you won't have to watch all 30 to 50 hours of content in order to see all the action. We'll cut it down for you. So, yep.
Nelson says, oh wait, no, I've missed one. Okay, JMM Man, I love wagons too. The flatter the top, the better.
Mm-hmm.
Nelson Perez says, bro, you are awesome, and thanks to you and your father to make so good jobs.
Well, thanks. That's yep. Appreciate it. Yep.
And then Team Heat says, you guys have a 60 hertz feedback tone. Getting worse in your audio.
Okay. Yeah, that
does
might
that
be from because you're standing so close to the air conditioner.
Oh.
It's possible it's that.
Oh, we could turn it off.
Yeah, but it's hot as
Should I put
All right,
this
let's see
back
if it
up
gets
there?
better. Come on.
Put this back up. Okay. There.
All right. Is that
That's-
better?
Does that sound better, guys? And gals? And then SSG Pullman says, you're doing great, Mom. Keep at it.
Yep.
Better than no one reading. True. I guess
Yep.
that. Yeah.
Doing a good job.
Ryan Larson says, are you thinking of building a VK56?
Uh-huh. Yeah, you want to see it?
The teardown by that Racer John
Uh-huh.
was really interesting.
Uh-huh. You want to see it? You want to see it? I'll show it to you.
Where
I'll
are
show
you
it to you
gonna
right now.
show it? Where is
Want
it?
to see it?
Sure. Of course. Okay, here we go, guys.
Here we
and
go.
girls.
It's right there.
There it is.
And what's this? What's this thing? Huh. That looks weird. Huh. Don't know what that is.
Splungers, he says, or she, weight distribution nightmare. Project X was 57% front heavy with the roots blown LS.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if he think he was comparing
Project
the,
X? Yeah, that's a
yeah.
57 Chevy.
Okay, Nelson Perez says, how many horsepower do you are thinking to do?
On the VK? Is he the guy that asked about the VK 56?
No, that was Ryan Larson. Nelson Perez,
How many? Oh, on the 5-cylinder? I'm shooting for anything over 600 because that's what the Audi rally guys were getting out of their stuff. So I figured got to beat them. So, yep.
and then EDU GJ says, I said this earlier, but an Omega wagon shocked the Chevy 250 world in Brazil. Many drivers are considering to switch.
Yep. You said a 250.
He said Chevy
Yeah,
250
yeah.
world.
Yeah, I love what the guys are doing with the 250s down in Brazil. I would love to do a build with one of those some days. I used to have a 250 that I was planning on supercharging back in the day, and yeah, someday we might do it. I'd love to do something wacky, like weld two small block Chevy heads together or something stupid. I want to weld the cylinder head together. It's someday, whether it's a Ford 300 inline six with LS heads on it or something dumb like that. So yeah, that's a dream of mine.
Okay, Mort says Atlas Monza for autocross.
Cameron.
There you go.
Atlas Monza for autocross? Yeah, maybe. Cameron, just plug it in over here.
Then EDU JG says they say the wagons works better than the sedan for weight distribution.
Let's scoot it up.
Calvin.
I'm gonna get an extension for it. What's that, Mom?
So GJ says that the
Even
wagons
foot.
work better than the sedans for weight distribution.
Yeah, I'm sure at some point it will make a difference. It's just I'm not having issues with traction, so I'm not looking for nope, another 6 inches more.
Jaden Brock
2,
says, when
1.
are we getting more North Star content?
It's coming. It's here. Let's do a segment on that. Okay. My current struggle is the starter. So the starter. Alright, so let's get you over here. Okay. So this is the North Star that I plan to put in the 57. Problem is the starter. So this flex plate is such a small diameter that it's really hard to get a torque converter that will work with this that goes to the Turbo 400 that I want to put behind it. So I machined this guy right here to adapt. So this bolts to the Turbo 400 torque converter. This bolts to the North Star. So that bolts right here. You'll notice that the part that bolts to the North Star, now we have this wing that sticks out. So it's going to stick out like about here. So when this is coming past, the factory starter sticks out
getting
way past here.
Get to this.
So I need to go to a different starter, kind of like what we do on the 4200s, but I machined all this stuff up. Let me see if I can find, oh, yeah, I machined this thing up. So this uses the starters that we use on the 4200s and adapts it to the North Star. The problem is this doesn't reach the flywheel when it pops out to engage with the flex
What'd you
plate.
just do?
So I got done machining this whole thing, only to find out it doesn't work. So I've gotten another starter, this guy right here, and I need to machine an adapter block that goes to the North Star in order to make it work, because the factory starter will not work with this thing. The reason I wanted to do it this way was so I didn't need a special torque converter that had special mounting pads. In the case that I have a blown up transmission that puts metal into the torque converter and ruins it, or, you know, I didn't want to have a special part number torque converter that's a one of one and have to fight with that. So I wanted the ability to, easily replace stuff. So that is where it currently is at. Yeah, we're fighting through the issues. It is what it is, you know. Such is life.
Okay, moving on. Prime Brazen says 100 millimeters plus turbo on this build would be wild.
100 millimeter plus turbo. That would be a slow spooling turbo. That's for sure.
Okay. Tony's, what max ECU would you use on 2JZ with 8 HP streetcar?
I mean, it depends what you want to do. It depends, if you want to run the engine sequentially. I mean, you could use any ECU, any of the max ECUs to run that. The question is, do you want sequential ignition? Do you want sequential fuel? Do you want to control a whole bunch of stuff? You got to figure out how much I/O you're going to need to control all that stuff. I use a Sport. We're planning to use a Sport on this car. I use a Sport on my Trailblazer. That works pretty good. I'd like to have a little more I/O, to be honest. So maybe you would want, I think a Street is the next level up. So yeah, it just depends what you're after. But Sport would work okay.
Okay. To Tony's question, Southside Slider said, I think you need the Sport for sequential
Yep.
fire on a 6-cylinder.
Yep.
Okay. And then Pullman says the audio is fine now. Yep. Nelson agrees, and Mom's doing awesome. Thank you very much, Ryan.
Yep. So the air conditioner was it?
Yes. And
Yeah.
TV, yeah. And
It's probably just because Mom's close to it. If she had moved away, it wouldn't have been as bad.
Yeah, but we don't need it on.
Well,
Really?
you're fine, but
Yeah.
I'm sweating like crazy.
No.
No.
You just keep the other door open. Okay. So Southside Slider says TBF. I guess to be fair, I didn't hear it before, but I'm at least a little deaf.
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay.
Mom's happy. So.
AB 104 says, oh yeah, y'all are going the Jaguar route and just blocking off the back 2 cylinders on the CK.
No, not quite, but we're gonna give ourselves a little more room with this one. But you need the remote. Okay, well you need the remote. There is no buttons. You have to have a remote.
Can I have one of those? Oh, I guess I can't have one of them.
Yeah, you could have that one.
This one's all dirty. But anyways.
Here.
AB 104 says VK.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, switch over to lathe cam.
Lathe cam?
Yeah, the lathe cam.
I don't know how to do that. Is this? Bless you.
Okay. Dad's making progress.
Okay, Chad Riddle says, can you hone the 3.7 cylinder walls? I have a spare, but wasn't sure if they had a nickel-less coating or not.
I think you can. I've never heard of anybody having issues doing that. They have replaceable sleeves, so I don't think it's like a spray-in cylinder or anything like that.
Southside Slider says, have you looked into the Volvo B8444S V8? It seems to be a cool choice of width, limited engine bay, while still getting a DOHC V8.
I haven't. I'm not even. Didn't even know it was a dual overhead cam V8. So I have not.
Okay. That Robert Temple's question was already answered. John Bennett, I hope you guys are going to Sick Week in 2026. I haven't seen you guys since South Georgia Motor Park when Dad had his accident. I really enjoyed talking to Calvin. He was very polite to the 70-year-old man. Thank you, Calvin.
Yep, you're welcome. I've had a couple bad fan interactions in my life where I've gone up to somebody that I respected or really enjoyed their content, and I've had bad experiences, so I try to go the extra mile to show people that I appreciate them. So just trying to I don't want somebody to have some of the experiences that I've had. So yeah, it's no problem. But as far as going to Sick Week, we're a little up in the air on that one. It's doing this stuff is expensive, and it's hard to it's hard to make the trip. It's hard to pay for the hotels. It's hard to it's expensive, and yeah, we want to go. They actually have, this was kind of cool. They have our name in the promotional material for the Sick Week 2026. They have Nivlak 57 on the promo stuff, which is like to see our name, but beside 1320 Video and Cletus McFarlane and the Boosted Boys and all that kind of stuff. Like that's crazy. Like that's really like humbling. So it's that, seeing that is like, man, we gotta go. But at the same time, it's a big commitment. It's it's hard to make these events happen. And I'd love to have the red car there and take on just keep hitting it. You got to hit it a bunch of times. Yeah, I would love to have the red car there, and if Cooper participates again, I'd love to try and take him on. It would be fun to see the American 2JZ take on the real 2JZ, but we'll see what we can make happen. So yeah.
Oh, Splurger says, I have on headphones and the sound is the same before and after turning off the air conditioner. Turn it back on.
Okay.
Well,
we can leave
about
it
that.
off. I'll be fine.
But
I'll survive.
David Lizaraga says, what do you think about a T70 turbo AR 82 turbine and 0.70 for a 4.2?
That should work good. A T70 would be a 70 millimeter, right? Yeah, that should work pretty well. Yeah.
I need my questions.
Depends how much horsepower you're going for, but yeah. Do the extend, and then you got to rotate it.
Hello, Millie TV from Michigan.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Michigan. AZ Limitless probably should have done the live stream where you just answered questions and showed projects, progress, and stuff in the works, ETs, etc. LOL.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it probably would work out better, but I don't know. Once we get to certain aspects of the build, it should be easier to do that. But yeah, I mean, guys, I like hanging out with you, so it's. But we also got to get work done too. So I was trying to hoping to kind of, do a little bit of both. So. Yep.
And then Andrew Eisenbart says, on the North Star, are you planning to use VVT on the cams, or is yours an older one? I don't remember.
It's an LH2, so it does have the VVT. That was my main attraction to the engine. So yes, we will be using VVT.
And then he says all cams, I meant.
Yep.
On all camps.
Yep. It's going
not
to be on
the
all
camp.
camps. Yep.
Yeah.
That is the goal.
Okay, I think I missed one. Gene Turner, the 4.3 V6 Ford Tech has some pretty good stock power potential with just a turbo and decent transmission.
Yeah, they seem decent. I'm more of an inline six guy, but I actually owned an LV3 at one point. So yeah.
Oh, and earlier he said, ever consider doing an S10 Blazer, aka the regular Blazer, since you've done a Trailblazer?
Yeah, I've considered it. I would have to kind of plan that one out and come up with a game plan as to what exactly I would want to do with it. But yeah, I've definitely thought about it.
Okay, Chris Bright says 1 year you all should try to take 3 Atlas platforms, 4-cylinder, a 5, and a 6-cylinder to 6 weeks.
That would be cool.
That's a lot.
That would be a lot, yes. But
3
I don't
cars.
know. I don't know if you guys keep supporting the channel, maybe we'll get there someday that we can make that happen.
We'd need a trailer that could haul 2 or 3 cars.
Yep. Oh, maybe we'll have ourselves a jack stand Jimmy someday that hauls stuff for us. Yeah. I mean, this thing's in the way, but.
And AB says, why are your turbos so big?
Cause that's I try to run the smallest turbo I can to make the horsepower goal that I'm after. But sometimes you need a big turbo. You know, sometimes that in order to get the back pressure under control, you need a big turbo. So it's you got to have a big turbo to make the big power. So that's why. Yep. Mhm. All right.
Sean.
Sean Collins says, "What are you seeing from RPM for peak torque, peak horsepower?" We don't really keep track of peak torque RPM, but just because torque converters don't, it makes it so hard to see that because by the time it couples and all that kind of stuff, like you're usually past the torque peak. But horsepower, we're usually anywhere from like 67 to 77, kind of depends on the intake design.
South Side Slider. Hey, South Side Slider. Well, Calvin might not say it to remember to like the stream, but Mama, I would definitely say
There
it.
you go.
Please.
Leave a like.
The stream.
Help us out.
If you all are enjoying it.
Yep. No, she's fine.
Nelson.
I want to see that car run crazy. I do too.
Yeah.
Do too. Hey, Scott and April.
Hi, Scott and April. I miss you guys too.
Yeah, we miss you too. Yep. Yep. Well, somebody's got to give them some love. You know, a lot of people put a lot of time into them. It's, you know, got to appreciate the engineering that went into it. So.
Hello, Scott and April.
There you go.
And hello to everybody else.
What a day. What is Dad make? Okay, Dad is making the crankshaft pilot adapter. So it goes from the 3500 crankshaft to the 4200, or the 4L80E torque converter. Keeps everything centered, lets it move back and forth a little bit. So that's what he's working on.
So what's Dad making up on the lathe?
Yep, I just answered that.
Oh, you just did that one.
Yep. Are you tailoring some of your builds to eighth mile drag and drive and some to quarter? Not really. I mean, the next event that we're going to is Six Smokies, and that will be an eighth mile event. So, we probably should, but we're not. You know, well, maybe Dad's gasser. I would have to talk to him. I'm not sure if he's choosing gear ratios to try and target the eighth or not. With the 8 HP, it gives you kind of a wider range to work with. You probably wouldn't see as much of a benefit by switching to you know, like an eighth mile rear gear. So yeah, yep.
Did you answer Andrew Eisenhart's about the oil pump failure?
No, I missed that.
Are you worried about the oil pump failure on the North Star, or have you come up with a solution?
I'm not familiar with any oil pump failures on them. Is that a thing on them? Yeah, I'm not really a fan of how they drive the oil pump. I noticed that it's kind of like just like a friction, like there's no keyway on the oil pump drive. It's like a friction, like it only relies on the you know, damper bolt to create friction between the you know, cog pulley that drives the oil pump. So is that a thing?
And the
Okay.
and
see
the
ya.
nug
Thanks for the help.
the nug night. Oh, are you going home? Okay, I'll see ya. Safe travels. And then the nug night says, Niblack, are you doing God's work,
Yeah.
talking about engines that pretty much
Yep.
get no love and should?
Yep. 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 Somebody's got to do it.
Christopher Cassell. Any VGT turbo fun in the future? Black Thumb did one of the turbo K24s in RX-8.
Yeah, I've thought about it. My dad and I were talking about it the other day about doing a VGT. The thing I don't like about them is it seems like it's really easy for the turbos to get seized up. So that's my one concern with that. Oh, okay. All right.
I'll be back.
Yep. All right. All right. Good luck. Good luck, Nate. Let me know how you do. Okay. I missed the Nationals quarter-mile event. Really wanted to see where the new tech can take all cars. Yep. Are you going for a first start today as well? No, we are not. I haven't even finished engine mounts today. I have been answering your questions for the past like hour or so. I had started to lay out the tabs here, but at some point I got to jump over and make some tabs, and yeah, but we'll yeah, so that's where we're at. How did you stumble upon the Atlas motors, and what made you push it? To be honest, regular people would have just went LS or big block and would never have tried something new. Well, I got into the 250 inline six, the older like 60s Chevy inline six, and while I was you know, hot rodding those things, or trying to hot rod the one that I had, everybody was like, oh, you should get one of these 4200s. And so that made me want to get a 4200. They were expensive at the time, but yeah, that's kind of how that happened. The mic. You need the mic if you're gonna talk. Unless you don't want to talk. But there we go. Okay. All right. All right. Next question. Okay. Can you get me a beer? Unfortunately, I cannot.
We have beer in the fridge.
Yeah, I could use some water. That would be nice. Can't wait to
And-
hear it go up. I was hoping for that positive displacement supercharger. Yeah, at some point we're gonna do that. At some point.
I would love to
I
come to
watched-
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Nelson, I've been there once or twice when I was real little.
Yeah.
But yeah, Puerto Rico is beautiful.
Yep. Yeah, I'm excited about the Tokyo build as well. Any plans for this? Yeah, we got plans for it. There is a car sitting out just on the other side of the wall over here that we plan to put it in. So that'll be coming soon. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Andrew Eisenbart. Yeah, the way that it's attached to the crank is a big problem. That's why I asked. Okay, sounds like my instincts were right on that one. I saw that and I was like, what? Like, why would you do it like that? So okay, I might have to fix that problem. That sucks. Okay, we'll figure it out. Yep. Okay. I need a drink. At some point, I need to get working on making a tab so I can make some engine mounts.
Okay, so what do we do here? Ooh,
How
crazy
much
one.
wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? How about you answer that question?
That's a crazy one.
15 wood units.
15 wood units.
Oh. Just made something up.
Okay.
All right, I gotta go get some water. I'm gonna.
Have you thought of it?
All right, I'll be back.
What's a grid life event? Like a time attack or something for the Atlas motor that would cool. Yeah, that's a question. Nug Knight, that's a question for Calvin. Oh, the yellow Camaro, I think it is in one of our trailers. We still have it. Oh, drifting and racing. I don't know if we ever did that. We've done autocross before with the Grassroots Motorsports Challenge. But with the drifting, I don't think we ever did that. Sorry, guys. Calvin had to go get a drink. So you have me to answer questions, but they have to be pretty simple. Oh, honey, maybe you could answer some questions. Why didn't you run a HP8 in the 57? Or is that a question for Calvin?
Well, that's Calvin, but right now he would have to develop the computer that he plans to run for the engine won't run the transmission, so it's easier to run a more simple transmission and then at a later date, it may get MHP, HP8, but right now, because of the lack of control on the ECU, you can't. That was a long-winded answer to say the same thing twice.
That's okay.
Hello,
Well,
Deepak.
Alright. Okay. Someone else tuning in and going
Oh.
to watch. But I'll let you know.
Henry
Sounds good.
Bob's Will Lickers says, "Yeah, boy, made the live. Yay, Henry."
So, how many people
Super
are watching right now?
So the Nug Knight said yes. Autocross is similar to drifting and
Oh, that's pretty
racing.
cool.
Okay.
So, or what's cool?
EDU
that
GJ.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday I was watching a time attack. Someone brought out a stock Alfa Romeo 164 just for the love of
Do
the
you
game.
think I should weld this in, or right? But isn't going to be hard to get up.
Thank you,
passes.
Crazy Foot.
I guess it wouldn't be that bad.
Calvin?
Flat plate.
I guess they're working on a tab on the car. So
And then bolt it. Okay. Alright. Yep, whenever I do the next weird thing. Okay. Alright.
Calvin K. Mort does an old AMC Eagle all-wheel drive wagon sound like interesting platform for your experiments?
I actually know somebody who really likes those things. I don't know. I'd probably not, but I mean, it would definitely be neat. But it's you're dealing with so much, like, you're dealing with a platform that's like it's got so many like niche parts on it that it would you know, it would be almost hard to get into it just because, you know, what if something broke? You know, you'd kind of be dead in the water. You'd figure it out, but you know.
So, Calvin, did you hit the high noon lottery on the Celsius
Yeah,
drink?
yeah. I figured. Yeah, I only have one. Hey, Mom.
Okay. Well, what are we having for dinner? You ever think about using a chat GPT to help with that? I've seen people tune their cars off of it. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw Joe Simpson just put out a video on that. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I didn't actually watch this video yet, but it's an interesting idea for sure.
And Crazy Foot says an AMC Eagle is my dad's favorite car. He says 1985 is the best one.
Okay, good to know.
Oh. Donnie Contreras, love the channel. You inspire me to fabricate my own projects. Cool.
Yep, thanks. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it.
Any plans to go land speed racing?
Yes. Yeah. Hopefully next year we'll be back out doing that. Dad used to do it when I was a kid, and we haven't done it in a while. So he's been really wanting to get back into it. So at some point we will.
Okay, Calvin. Are you ever gonna build a drift car?
Okay, Nate.
It's like
Relax.
brothers.
Relax. I don't know. Yeah, Nate and I talk about that a lot, and
Aw.
yeah, it's one of those things that would definitely be cool, but you know, it's just a totally different world than what I'm used to.
Mac Daddy, how has the HP
Yeah, they 8 HP. It's been holding up great. I've been having more issues with the car itself. I drove it recently. I was trying to drive it to work, and it just stopped running. I think the fuel pump stopped working or something like that. I still haven't diagnosed it. It's been sitting for about a month. So, but other than, I mean, transmission's been holding up great.
GJ says, I think an all-wheel drive Eagle drag car would be cool. Technology does exist nowadays.
Yep. Yeah, we got an Eagle Talon. You know, maybe we could do that.
And Philip the Flamingo wants a land speed drifter.
Yep, land speed drifter. There you go.
And Andrew Eisenpart, he says, what are the plans with the Eclipse? Sorry, had to ask.
Not sure. It's been sitting for a while. I mean, it does have a 750 cert roll cage in it, but we'll probably convert it to a rear-wheel drive. But I don't know. I keep having dumb ideas about doing front-wheel drive with it again because it was pretty cool, but you know, and I really think that the front-wheel drive guys should be using the 4T80E transmissions. Like, it's like, okay, so they spend $15,000 on these sequential transmissions that constantly break. But you could have a front-wheel drive, essentially a turbo 400 front-wheel drive transmission, and nobody wants them, so you could buy it for like $100. And why are the Honda guys not developing this? You know, they should be doing K-Series with a front-wheel drive turbo 400, because GM made one of those. Like, come on, like, somebody needs to develop that. And, you know, if you could disable, you know, lighten the thing up by eliminating overdrive, you know, maybe do a couple other tricks with the thing, but develop a limited slip differential, you know, like, the front-wheel drive guys should be using that transmission, and they're not, and it annoys me. But at the same time, it's like, do I want to be the guinea pig for that? Do I want to be the person who has to, you know, climb that mountain? You know, because there's gonna be a learning curve. But, you know, I've definitely thought about it.
And then they said, Southside Slider said maybe a Supra, if you still have it.
Yep, we still have the Supra. It's just turned into way more of a can of worms than either my dad and I were looking for. So
Fun.
yep. Celsius has a 44% chance of being a White Claw. Okay, yeah, I'm not an alcohol guy, but hey, you know. Nate's poking fun at me.
The Nug Knight says, I'd love to see you build a kit car.
Yeah, that would be neat. That would definitely be neat.
Or outside slider 2900 transversely
Yep.
mounted in the Talon.
Yep. Yeah, that would be a little hard to package just because the way the block's laid out on the, you'd have to do some cutting on the block itself to make that work, because the way the bell housing is on the words, the way the bell housing is on the 4T80E, it definitely favors a V8 engine or a inline engine that does not have balance shafts, because it's very narrow at the bottom. Oh, excuse me.
Slow four-door. How about looking at the BQ35DE platform?
The BQ35. Yeah, I don't know. There's gotta be a way to make those things sound good. They just, man, they don't do it for me. I'm sorry.
Where were we? Opinion on Toyota 3UZ Epi.
So,
Who do?
I'd love to take one apart. I was super impressed with the VK56. But yeah, I'd love to take one apart and see if it's as good as the VK. But yeah, that's definitely would be interesting to tackle someday.
GJ, in Europe, they run VW DSG transmissions for four-wheel drive applications.
What? Which one is it?
GJ.
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 That must be off my screen.
Oh, it's here.
All right, let me read it again. In Europe, they run VW DSG transmissions for fun. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. I just, I bet it's expensive, and I bet it's not as cheap as a Turbo 400.
Crazy Foot. I wonder if an Oldsmobile all-wheel drive Bravada drivetrain is close to the
There you go.
AMC Eagle wheel.
That would be pretty heavy, but yeah, there you go. Now you're thinking.
And Sean Singletary says, "Where do you stash all these cars?" LOL.
We have barns.
Well,
Yeah. A lot of cars.
Here and there and everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Southside Slider says the current plan for my Volvo 960 drift project is actually a naturally aspirated 4200 with an 8 HP combo.
Nice.
That's
Very cool.
Nice.
Very cool. Yeah.
Reb Auto, how about all-wheel drive K24, the Eclipse?
Again, it's so expensive. Like, to do that, like, you know, when I saw Motion Auto TV, he listed his all-wheel drive Civic, which I don't think it was that crazy of a build, but I think he wanted like 80 grand for the thing. It was like, what? Like, does that stuff really cost that much? And yeah, apparently it's very expensive to do that stuff. So I don't know, I'm more of a budget guy. That stuff is so expensive.
Sounds like you don't like V6s.
Yeah, I mean, in general, you could probably assume that I'm not going to like a V6. I think we could probably get one to sound decent, but for me, it's like, it's the sound. It'll never be an inline six. And that's the part, like the Ford GT that they are now putting the EcoBoost engines into. It's just like, ugh, like, ugh, just makes me want to puke. Like, it's not my thing. So, I don't know.
Quick says, great work.
Yep.
Sorry if you've covered this, but do you think any production performance parts will come out of the swap? Love the Canyon in Colorado.
Yep. He also gave a $5 donation, so thank you very much for that. Appreciate all the support, guys. I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be any parts development on this particular one. This will probably, I don't know. I say that, and maybe I'll fall in love with this thing, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'll just say that. We'll see.
And GJ, there's a four-wheel drive 2JZ
Front-wheel
in
drive.
Denmark. Front-wheel drive.
Yeah, that thing's cool. Yeah, front-wheel drive 2JZ in Denmark somehow. Yeah, I saw that thing. That thing's cool.
Do you know of any kits in the U.S. for an 8 HP swap on 100 series Land Cruiser?
I don't, but it wouldn't surprise me if Dami Works, which is not U.S. based, it wouldn't surprise me if he might celebrate, or he might make a kit for that.
And Southside Slider says, this is a fun fact. The Volvo V8 I mentioned earlier was only available in the US with the GM 4T65
Okay.
beside it.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, they're not great transmissions either. Yeah.
Robert Temple, what do you think about the all-wheel drive system out of the 80s and 90s Astro vans and GMC Safari vans?
They're fine. I mean, it's basically a truck setup. In essence, it's just a truck. Yeah, it's just like a truck chassis, basically. You know, seems all right. There you go. The DSG was first developed for the Audi S1 E2. Okay, so you're telling me that we need to put a DSG behind this thing. You know, a DSG, that's just a dual clutch transmission, right?
Oh.
And I do have a 7-speed DCT from a BMW.
Oh.
It's been sitting in my
And your
basement.
buddy says, I'm
Yep.
serious. Celsius came out of the statement saying they bottle some undisclosed
Really?
amount of Celsius with White Claw.
Huh.
LOL. Not poking fun. I'm being serious.
Okay.
LOL.
I didn't know that. Maybe I'm a White Claw guy and I don't realize it.
Michael Blacktree says, wow, you guys are
We
still
are.
here.
We are. Yeah.
What about the ghost chop that the GTR has? Sounds semi-decent.
I mean, those GTRs are really cool. Like, seeing what those guys are doing with those things is crazy. But they just, I don't know. They just don't do it for me. I don't know. I'm picky.
GM 60-degree V6 sounds all right.
Yeah, I will say that my brother has a Impala, and like a modern Impala, like a 2016, and it's a 3.6 liter V6. It would be I believe an LFX. Maybe it might be something else. It doesn't matter. And it sounds pretty decent, but once you take all the mufflers and resonators and all that kind of stuff off of it, that might make it a little more raspy. So hard to say. It's yeah.
Chris Bright needs cams, please. where the people
Yeah,
come.
yeah. We're working on it. I just, yeah, it's. I just don't want it to have such a peaky torque curve that it needs to RPM to make horsepower, because I don't know if this engine's going to hold up with RPM due to the way that the cranks are in these things. It may just rattle itself to death. So, I'd like something a little more conservative, but the factory cams are definitely pretty weak. So, yeah, I hear you.
Who do?
Who do?
Who do?
What?
What? Says dummy
What
work?
NHE says? He might be
Commenting.
yeah, he might
another-
be criticizing how I say Domi works or Domi works, Domi works. I don't know
Okay.
how else would you say it? Domi works. I don't know.
I don't know. Southside. I get words all mixed up. So
Yeah.
Southside slider. If it's a GM transmission with a 60 in the name, you're
Yes.
gonna have problems.
Yep. Agreed.
An Ugnite. Yeah, I
Yeah.
heard about the White Claw thing too.
Yeah, that's
He's not
crazy.
joking. There's bottles.
Are they made by the same company?
In the same factory.
That's weird. Oh, it's same Okay. Huh. That's weird.
Crazy Foot says Pontiac Grand Prix 3800 SC ZZP power log swirl. The equalizer some FinTech 9000 made my 3800 sound amazing.
Yep. All right. What time is it?
It's 6:44
Okay. Well,
p.m.
I think this might be a good place to wrap the stream up. I'm going to work on getting these engine mounts wrapped up, and then hopefully we can do some more exciting stuff on the stream than working on engine mounts. So this might be a good stopping point. Yeah, I want to say thanks to everybody that tuned in today. We've been going at it for quite a while, so it's been fun to hang out with you guys, and hopefully you didn't get too mad at me with the whole bell housing spacer situation. I honestly got a kick out of that. Tomorrow we're probably going to start a little bit later in the day, just because tomorrow's Sunday, and we go to church. So we'll probably start like 11 a.m. ish Eastern time. So make sure you look out for that. And yeah, so if you guys want to support the channel, make sure you go to the pinned link in the chat and go get yourself a t-shirt. We haven't released this design quite yet, but it will be coming soon. So thanks for tuning in, guys. And tomorrow we should hopefully be making some turbo manifold stuff, maybe a turbo intake manifold. But we did in fact get the 5-cylinder in the car. I guess I'll show that to you one more time up close, just to whet your appetite with that. So we got a 5-cylinder in the chassis. So I'm excited to see how this comes out. I'm excited to hear what it sounds like, to be honest. There is not a lot of good exhaust clips out there for the Colorado stuff. I guess we can hop over to see how Dad's doing on the lathe. So yeah, he's doing good, and looks like he's almost done with it. So, all right, guys.
It was fun.
It's been fun hanging out. So we'll see
It
you
was fun.
in the
Thank
next
you.
one.